is gone away. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone away. You know you've done me wrong, and you'll be sorry someday. From your spell, I'm free, free, baby, free from your spell. Now that it's all over, all I can do is wish you well. Now it's all over, all I can do is wish you well.
once in a while there'll be a page on the right-hand side only. So if you come to a tab and there's nothing there, it's because it's a two-pager and then you're in and out. Right? So it's not laid out the same in your book. No, you're going to use this one. That's why, yeah, you're not carrying books back and forth. And then so you might come to an empty tab. If we need you to skip, right, we'll tell you to go to tab 12. That's because somebody didn't show up and we need you guys to show up. So we'll just backstage and we'll come up and whisper in your ear. You know, it's going to be tab whatever it is. Or we'll just tell you who it is. What's that? So we're going to try to get these two out of the way so that you guys can read. All right? Take this so I know what. We need to be able to turn the pages without obstructing the view.
the mic on? Can everybody start getting seated? We're going to start in 2 minutes. Mic's not on.
Give me a sec, Chairman. Let me get their signal.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank
Reggie.
you.
It's on now.
It's on now. Good morning, everybody. Let's get everybody seated. We're going to get started in 2 minutes. Silence your phones. Ready, Commander? Good morning, American Legion family. My name is Jim LaCoursiere from the Department of Connecticut and Chairman of the National Legislation Commission. I now call this Commander's call to order. With the colors of our nation in place, please render a salute by the numbers. 1, 2. Please remain standing and uncovered. I now call upon National Chaplain Mark Entell, Department of North Dakota, to lead us in prayer and to recognize the PLW-MIA empty chair.
Let us pray. Eternal God, how good it is to be gathered in this place today. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for a good rest, for a night's sleep. Thank you for the gathering that is before us. Lord, you know the challenges that are before us today with legislative meetings. We pray that your hand would be upon each team as they go out today. You'd give them the right words to share, the grace to communicate, asking the right questions and listening. Lord, thank you for each of the departments that are gathered here today. We gather as one. We thank you for our national commander. I pray for him every day. We ask God your health to be upon him, your wisdom. Bless his family as he travels. We thank you, Lord, for our national staff in Indianapolis, as well as those who serve us so well here in Washington, D.C. Guide us in this day. Help us to be alert to the needs that are before us. We pray these things in your strong and mighty name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the empty chair. Resolution 288, adopted by the 67th National Convention, encourages we recognize an empty chair at an official meeting of the American Legion as a physical symbol of the thousands of American POWs, MIAs still unaccounted for from all wars and conflicts involving the United States of America. This is a reminder for all of us to spare no effort to secure the release of any American prisoners from captivity, the repatriation of the remains of those who died bravely in defense of liberty, and a full accounting of those missing. Let us rededicate ourselves to this vital endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon National Legislative Council Chairman Rick Ortell from the Department of Virginia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You can cover and be seated, please. Please allow me to be the first to welcome you to the Commander's Call for the 63rd Annual Washington Conference. What an honor and privilege to be here this morning with each and every one of you. When you leave this hall today, you will be equipped to engage members of Congress, their staff, and others about the important issues facing our nation's heroes and their families. You'll be motivated, educated, and empowered to engage members of Congress with the immense force of nearly 1.7 million members, their families, and most importantly, their votes. Let there be no confusion, folks. We are the most powerful veteran service organization in the United States of America. We are the most respected veteran service organization in the world, for we are the American Legion. Our next speaker is a man we all know, a veteran of both the United States Navy and the United States Navy Reserves. He completed a tour abroad of the USS Nitro and was honorably discharged as a boatswain's mate, 3rd class. Today, we're fortunate to have him as our National Commander of the American Legion. He frequently reminds us all to be the one to save one veteran's life and stop veteran suicide. Please welcome the National Commander of the American Legion, Vincent J. Jim Troiola. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman LaCoursiere, and good morning, American Legion family. First, I'd like to begin by introducing the following representatives of our more than 3 million American Legion family. Please stand and be recognized. National officers serving with me this year. Past national commanders. Vicki Couts, President of the American Legion Auxiliary. And Chris Carlton, National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion. I want to thank you all for being here today and taking time out of your busy schedules to come to Washington, D.C. and advocate in our nation's capital on behalf of our fellow veterans and service members. The 117th Congress was packed with a number of monumental legislative victories for the veteran community, and your advocacy was critical to ensuring their passage. You may recall that one of our biggest agenda items last year was the PACT Act. Because of your hard work, it passed, and there are now more than 3.5 million toxic exposed veterans who are now eligible for VA care. This year, we must encourage Congress to deliver on that pact and provide oversight to guarantee that millions of veterans get the care they need. As Chairman LaCoursiere just said, we must also be the one to reduce veteran suicide by destigmatizing the issue and encourage mental wellness. Last Congress, the American Legion successfully lobbied for the passage of the Buddy Week Check Act, which requires VA to implement a National Buddy Check Week. This legislation mirrors the American Legion's own Buddy Check Week and is a great step towards creating meaningful suicide prevention measures. We also need to push for the expansion of counseling and innovative evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine. We must remind our senators, representatives, and their staff that they have no higher calling than the care and well-being of our veterans, our active duty military, and their families. We also must continually protect and improve the greatest legislation ever passed, the GI Bill. The GI Bill has had many variations since the original, but they all had one purpose in common: help veterans achieve their dreams. Higher education, vocational training, and home ownership make these dreams possible. Tomorrow, you will hear me tell Congress that GI Bill benefits are not welfare or an entitlement program. These benefits are earned. They are earned through service and sacrifice. Yet reservists and National Guardsmen who perform the same tasks and accomplish the same missions as their active duty counterparts are often deprived of these benefits. We must urge Congress to pass legislation to honor their service by granting them parity in the awarding of GI Bill rights. We must also respect our American flag. It means amending the U.S. Constitution to allow Congress to once again claim the right to protect the flag, our flag, from desecration. The flag used to cover the caskets of our fallen military heroes. We need to take lessons learned from the pandemic and modernize VA healthcare as a hybrid system with both inpatient care and outpatient care, telehealth and community care. This means implementing an electronic health record system, creating a transparent online scheduling system, and most importantly, expanding access to the best care anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we must guard against predatory, misleading, and unethical law firms that do not have veterans' best interests at heart. I am not speaking for the entire industry, just the benevolent players that are overcharging veterans after they had already been exposed to contaminated drinking water. We urge Congress to impose a cap on legal services provided in association with the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. We must also advocate for our fellow veterans who were not born in this great nation, yet still chose to serve for it. It is unjust to deport veterans who served honorably and have expressed a willingness to fight and die for this country. Let's not forget our Coast Guard members. That means paying the United States Coast Guard uninterrupted during any future government shutdowns. As we talk about our future, let us not forget those who came before us. Today, the U.S. Census Bureau reports that there are less than 168,000 U.S. World War II veterans alive. Thanks to our legislative efforts last Congress, every single one of them now has access to VA health care as a symbol of our everlasting gratitude for their honorable service to our country. We must continue to celebrate our past without sacrificing the energy and excitement that we must bring to our second century. Our American Legion family is strong. We have a membership base that still needs to grow. We have 4 solid pillars: national defense, veterans, youth, and Americanism. All of these offer opportunities to grow and serve our community. All of these can be used to build an even more powerful, and yes, a better American Legion. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Commander. There's no doubt in this room that the Legion will be delivering your message on the Hill. Before we move on, as chairman of the Legislative Commission, I want to share a fact with you. As I stated earlier, the American Legion is the most powerful and respected veteran service organization. But do you know where that power and respect comes from? It comes from each and every one of you, our members. And believe me, Washington, D.C. needs our voices now. Lawmakers and policymakers have relied on the American Legion for 104 years to provide our expertise and counsel on national security, veterans' health, and benefits, and much more. In recent elections, when our country seemed as divided as it has been in decades, the American Legion remained that steady hand, showing the rest of the American population the pathway to a better democracy. Our work here matters. It is respected, and again, very much needed. In order for the American Legion to stand up and advocate for the best of our nation has to offer, we need the force of an overwhelming membership. I ask that you remember that you return and share with your community. Once again, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to bring upon our next guest, currently serving as the national president of the largest Veterans Auxiliary organization in the nation, comprised of women and men. Vicki Coots of Boonville, Indiana, was elected national president of the American Legion Auxiliary during the 2022 National Convention in Milwaukee. As national president, her triple-tiered project is raising money for meals, travel, and hotel for non-family member companions attending the National Veterans Creative Arts Festival. She also has worked diligently to raise awareness of our country's prisoners of war and missing in action. Ladies and gentlemen, American Legion Auxiliary National President, Vicki Coots.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. It is an honor to be here today as a part of the American Legion family. The Auxiliary has stood by the Legion for 103 years and counting. In fact, it's written in our mission statement to support the American Legion. The converging of the Legion family members at the Washington Conference goes back to the auxiliary roots, supporting and advocating for our veterans, military, and their families. The auxiliary stands with you in our nation's capital. There is strength in numbers as we prepare to meet with elected officials to discuss the legislative initiatives and priorities important to the American Legion family and the people we serve. Thank you for including the American Legion Auxiliary in this important conference, and we look forward to our Capitol Hill visits together as a family today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President. And I personally want to thank you very much for being here and all that you do, along with the American Legion Auxiliary, so thank you. Continuing on with the Legion family, we have with us a man who was elected, the Sons of the American Legion. He is a member of Leo F. Welch, Junior Squadron number 495 in Indianapolis, Indiana. His grandfather was a World War II Army veteran, and his father, a Vietnam-era war veteran. Army veteran. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion, Christopher Carlton.
Good morning. On behalf of the sons across the nation, I bring you greetings. I'd first like to say thank you to those that were able to participate with us Sunday. One of the things that the Sons of the American Legion do at Washington Conference is we take time out on Sunday and place wreaths at different memorials. This year we loaded 3 buses, almost 160 people, to honor our fathers, mothers, grandfathers, and grandmothers. You know, across my travels, I've heard it been said, if you want something done, ask a son. The Sons of the American Legion were hard workers. And just for example, as we all know, we lead in donations to CWF. As of this year, yesterday, the Sons of the American Legion has raised $162,369. That's a 27% increase from this time last year. We, too, know that membership is very important, and that's why we work hard on our membership. And for the first time in a long time, we're at 304,850 members, 82.89%. We have surpassed our goal of 80% on March 15th. I would like to leave you with this anonymous quote that I read. A family doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be united. I'd like for all of us to remember that as we charge the Hill today and talk to our congressmen, that the American Legion family doesn't need to be perfect. We just need to be united. Thank you.
It gives me great pleasure this morning to introduce a fellow veteran and Legionnaire. He was born and raised in Illinois. After he graduated high school, he served his community as a firefighter and later served his country as a U.S. Marine. Since then, he has worn many hats. He ran his family's trucking business, opened a small business with his wife, served in local and state government, and eventually got elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 2014. He served as ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and is now chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Representative Mike Bost.
Thank you. So let me just first off by saying good morning, Legionnaires. It is an absolute honor to be here in person to speak with you today, and not doing through a video, by the way. I am a Marine Corps veteran. member of the Murfreesboro, Illinois American Legion Post 127. I'm a proud part of an organization that has so dutifully upheld that sacred motto, for God and country. That is what makes the Legion great, and it's the people who make it up. Former soldiers, airmen, sailors, and for the Marines, well, you know there's no such thing as a former Marine. As always, it says that once a Marine, we're always a Marine. Well, I want to thank all of you and those who have stepped up to serve once again. You know, it's a privilege to share the title of veteran and Legionnaire with each of you. You know, you continue to serve this nation and veterans communities, and it does not go unnoticed. This Congress, I am humbled to serve as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I am amazed that I'm here. I'm just a son of a truck driver from Southern Illinois, and it is a tremendous honor to be selected by my colleagues to lead this committee. And I'm thrilled to be doing so alongside of a stellar group of members. And many of them are veterans that serve on this committee that I am chairman of. And I can't wait to see what we'll accomplish this session. Now, I do not take this role lightly. The work we do is very personal to me, just as it is to each of you and your families. I think we can all agree that getting the Bipartisan PACT Act over the finish line and signed into law was one of the largest victories in last Congress. As you know, the legislation was long overdue, and it will have a direct and a positive impact on millions of veterans suffering from toxic exposure. However, getting the PACT Act signed into law was only the first step. I want to thank every Legionnaire in this room for helping push this legislation through. Believe me, it wasn't easy. But as chairman, I need to ensure our committee closely oversees the PACT implementation to ensure that it fulfills its promises to our veterans and their families. We cannot have a situation where the claims and backlogs grow and the veterans waiting too long for their care. I will not let that happen on our watch. And I know that you'll help me make sure that does not happen on my watch. We will also conduct important oversight of the current VA DoD electronic health records rollout. And I say that with tongue in cheek, I'm sorry. This is one of the biggest debacles we've ever seen, and the veterans that are affected by it. But there is a strong bipartisan consensus that we must get the system right for the veterans and the VA medical staff. Now, I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to ensure that this program is successful. Now, I'm certain that many of you here today, having transitioned out of the military yourselves, would agree the importance of a successful transition from active duty to civilian life cannot be overstated. Luckily, we've made progress since when I left the Marine Corps in the early 1980s. Safe to say that we did not exactly have a TAP program when I left. What I got was a tap on the back and said, "See you later." You know, this Congress, we will identify on ways to improve that we can make to the TAP program to ensure that service members are empowered with the tools and support that they need to lead successful lives as civilians. Empowering veterans is a big priority of mine, which is also why we are working to fund Speaker McCarthy's Vet Tech program. Now, this pilot program has helped thousands of veterans find high-paying jobs in the tech industry. It has a 70% success rating on placements, which is an amazing, I know 70% sounds good, but it's an amazing when it comes to a government program. I just wish that, we've all served, we understand that. But I want to make the program permanent and create more like it. You know, optimizing the veterans' health care will also be a big priority of the committee and the Republican conference. Too many veterans are still waiting too long for care and cannot get community care across this country, which is why I appreciate how strongly you have continued to advocate for our community care access. This is vitally important so that veterans can access the care that works best for them, not for the VA, but for them. Veterans should be in the driver's seat when it comes to deciding their health care. And we will not stop fighting until this is a reality for every single veteran. I thank you for your continued support of my bill, H.R. 705, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act, that has also been instrumental to veterans who should not be unlawfully stripped of their due process and potentially lose their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. As you all know, many cases, this fear of prevents veterans from seeking the care that they need at the VA in the first place. Now, I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will come to the table and work with us to end this predatory practice. The number of veteran suicides per day will continue to be high until that number reaches zero. We have to work to make sure that number reaches zero. Mental health is not a one-size-fits-all approach, which is why we must continue to tear down the stigma surrounding and asking for help. Now, I'm grateful for all of you and your continued advocacy for the community-based mental health services, which help us to do exactly that. You know, the American Legion does great work to help veterans access mental health services that work for them, and I commend you for that. Now, we share the same goals for veterans community, and I look forward to continuing to work with my fellow Legionnaires. And I am confident that what we will accomplish together will leave American veterans better off than before. And at the end of the day, and at the end of my time of being chairman, that is what we are all fighting for. I know that the group of men and women in front of me right here is a good group that have that fight in mind. And I thank you for your service to our great country, and I thank you for your work, and I thank you for your tireless dedication to those who have worn the uniform. Now, I appreciate you and all having me here today, and I wish you the best of luck in your convention. God bless you, God bless our troops, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I am proud to introduce our next guest, who has done amazing work in various roles on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. A proud Boys State alum who hails from California. Before running for office in 1992, he was a British literature teacher for 23 years. As former chairman of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, he introduced the PACT Act, which became law in September, opening access to VA health care for 3.5 million veterans. He also has fought hard for honorably discharged veterans who were later deported, stating that if anyone deserves a second chance in our country, it's our veterans. American Legion family, please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Representative Mark Takano.
Well, good morning, Legionnaires. I'm very glad to be joining you all in person this morning and to say that the last Congress was a productive session for veterans would be an understatement. And I think if you look at the work that we did, if you look at it closely, I think you'll believe me when I say that your voices were heard and your priorities were reflected in my own priorities for the Veterans Affairs Committee. Let me just give you a rundown as evidence. Last Congress, we passed 81 bills in the House, including bipartisan bills to reduce veteran suicide, ensure every day in uniform counts toward GI Bill benefits, ease the transition from active duty to civilian life, strengthen VA care, and protect women veterans' equitable access to their earned care and benefits. We were also able to wrap up the 117th Congress with packages of veterans legislation, including the Strong Veterans Act and the Cleland Dole Memorial Veterans Benefits and Health Care Improvement Act. Now, these are all important bills, but without a doubt, the most significant bill this committee worked on was the Honoring Our Pact Act, my bill to comprehensively address the effects of toxic exposures, including exposures to burn pits, radiation, and Agent Orange. Now, getting my Honoring Our Pact Act passed out of the House, the Senate, and signed into law would not have been possible if it were not for the tireless advocacy and support from everyone in this room today. So thank you very much for your advocacy. Now, because of your support throughout the year, millions of veterans and their loved ones can rest a little easier knowing that the United States is finally recognizing their health conditions as a cost of war, and that their families can spend more precious time with each other instead of fighting VA for their loved ones' care. Blue Water Navy veterans waited more than 40 years for benefits related to Agent Orange exposure because of Congress's piecemeal solutions. We were not going to let this happen again, and thanks to our efforts last Congress, we kept our promise. But now the hard work begins, and I look forward to continuing to work to make sure this transformational law is implemented effectively. Getting the Honoring Our Pact Act signed into law was one of the huge bipartisan wins we accomplished last Congress. And a huge part of this victory was because of, as I said before, your support and advocacy. However, I'm worried about the fate of these accomplishments. The new majority announced its intention to implement budget cuts across federal agencies and return us to fiscal year 2022 spending levels. This means the bills we passed and the programs we authorized are in jeopardy. For VA, returning to fiscal year 2022 means, get this, a 24% cut, or $31 billion. That would effectively wash away the huge successes of the past 4 years. This means that the bills that the House Democrats passed and got signed into law are at stake, including programs that would reduce veteran suicide, enhance services to women veterans, support survivors of MST, and help homeless veterans. I don't want to see veterans forced to participate in the equivalent of the Hunger Games with their own programs. And we don't want to pit veteran funding, funding for veterans programs against other programs that all Americans benefit from. Now, we've heard that the defense budget may be off the table for these cuts, but that is even more troubling because it makes no sense that we keep funding the huge Department of Defense budget But once that you take off the uniform, your ability to access VA is then in question. It then becomes a question of which veterans programs get cut in favor of other programs. I'm going to tell you, I will not stand by and see veterans forced to fight other veterans for the care and benefits that they have rightfully earned. Now, just reflect on this. 3.5 million veterans under the PACT Act were made newly eligible for VA health care. We had intended to phase this in over time as a way to maybe soften the impact, but President Biden, in my view, made the correct decision when he signed the bill and said that under his administration, he was going to address all 3.5 million veterans immediately, that they should have access to that eligibility. And that's exactly what he ordered his Veterans Administration to do. We need to make sure that the wins we solidified for today's veterans are still available for veterans of tomorrow. I'm not being hyperbolic or alarmist here. I really don't know how VA could absorb the level of cuts I described to you and still deliver on care and services to veterans. I don't know how we could stand by and watch these cuts get implemented and then really, in reality, renege on the promise that we made to our veterans. I'm committed to not allowing this to happen. And as you meet with your representatives this week, I ask you to raise these concerns with them. I hope you'll get more information about how these budget proposals will impact the care and benefits that you have earned. When we got the Honorary PACT Act signed into law, we sent a message to millions of veterans that the United States of America will uphold her promise to pay for the cost of war. This is a promise that I refuse to renege on, and it is a promise that I will hold my counterparts across the aisle accountable to. We still have a lot of work to do on behalf of our veterans, but I know that with your support here today and along with the support of the Biden-Harris administration, we will be able to achieve these goals and fulfill the sacred promises that we made to our nation's veterans. So thank you all for having me here this morning. Enjoy your time in our nation's capital, and I hope to see you all on the Hill tomorrow. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America. Thank you.
At this time, we will now give a brief update from a few of our commissions. I call upon Chairman of the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission, Autry James from the Department of California, to give a report.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning, Legion family. I'm Autry James, Chairman of the National Veteran Affairs and Rehabilitation Commission. As you prepare to meet with your congressman, I would like to discuss with you issues of particular interest to the VA and our commission. We always appreciate all you do and ask that you discuss these issues in hopes of generating solutions and making them a reality. First up is successfully implement the electronic health records management system. The American Legion was pleased to hear the announcement of the EHRM system going live in October of 2020. This excitement was dampened shortly thereafter when the reports of complications and functioning issues were identified. The EHRM project has launched the system into 5 VA facilities since 2020. As of July 2022, the Department of Veteran Affairs, Office of the Inspector General, and the United States Government Accountability Office have both identified instances of harm to veterans caused by the EHRM system. 2 bills were introduced into the 118th Congress on January 27th. one bill in support of improving the EHRM project and the other to terminate it. Our veterans need to have a record system that is interoperable between the Department of Defense, the Veterans Affairs, and other government health entities and community providers to provide them with the integrated, cohesive care they need and deserve. The second issue is predatory claim companies taking advantage of the veteran community. Private claims companies are taking advantage of our nation's veterans by using aggressive and misleading campaigns to recruit them in filing for disability claims through having them sign complicated contracts obligating them to pay a percentage of their disability payments to the company once the claim has been processed. The American Legion absolutely opposes predatory claims companies because they take unfair advantage of the veterans. They charge unreasonable rates for questionable services and do not abide by VA regulations that govern the payment of fees to claims agents. The VA benefits were never intended to become part of a company's profit. The American Legion supports legislation that would impose criminal penalties or fines on these predatory claims companies, and we oppose legislation that would legitimize practices that target veterans and their dependents. The final issue that I want to bring to your attention is the oversight and accountability for implementation of the PACT Act. As we heard, the 117th Congress pushed the evolution of veteran care forward to great lengths by passing the largest expansion of services and benefits for toxic exposed veterans in the history of the VA. And we are appreciative of the VA's decision to start implementing presumptive conditions related to toxic exposure rather than waiting for a phased approach as structured in the legislation. We're also encouraged by new hiring authorities granted by the PACT Act. So staffing may be increased to handle the influx of veterans receiving care. And with an estimated 6 to 7 million new disability claims to be filed as a result of eligibility expansion, VA anticipates a backlog will increase to about 450,000 by October of this year. The American Legion calls for congressional oversight of PACT Act implementation and calls for Congress to grant funding necessary for veteran benefits administration to mitigate the anticipated backlog of veterans needing services. Commander Troiola, thank you for allowing me to share some of the focal points of the Veterans Affairs Commission, and this concludes my comments.
Thank you, Chairman. At this time, we're going to have a brief video, so please pay attention to the monitors. We'll come back to the video. Guess that's part of today's technology, correct? At this time here, I now call upon Chairman of the Veterans Education and Employment Commission, Jay Bowen, from the Department of Colorado, to give a report.
I am not the video. Good morning, Commander Troiola, Legion officers, past national commanders, members of the National Executive Committee, and special guests. Thank you all for being here today. I am Jay Bowen, Chairman of the National Veterans Employment and Education Commission. Many of you are familiar with our programs, from veteran job fairs to small business workshops, licensing and credentialing summits. Our commission is focused on transitioning service members back into civilian life and into gainful employment. Thank you for this opportunity to update you on one of the new initiatives the Veterans Employment Education Commission has taken on. I want to highlight a crucial topic to us at the American Legion: the right for service members and veterans to transfer their VA home loan benefits to family members. The VA home loan program is one of the most significant benefits available to those brave men and women who have served in the armed forces. The program was established back in 1944 with the passage of the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, also known as the GI Bill. This legislation helped millions of veterans reintegrate into civilian life after World War II and established the foundation for many of the benefits veterans have today. However, due to the economic volatility precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic, current market variables have created systemic challenges for veterans and families that demand a reexamination of the size and scope of the VA Home Loan Guarantee Program. Nearly 50% of non-homeowner millennials say down payment savings is their primary obstacle in buying a home. If transferability is added to the VA Home Loan Guarantee Program, the no down payment incentive is a solution that can overcome this obstacle for those brave men and women and veterans and military families. Also, this could positively impact our senior citizens, as 12% of home buyers were adult children purchasing multi-generational homes to be closer to and provide care for their aging parents. The expansion of the VA Home Loan Guarantee benefit will produce similar advantages to veterans and their families. The fundamental goal of the VA's education and home programs must be to ensure that veterans have the opportunity to provide with honor and dignity the economic necessities of life for themselves and their families. All veterans should have the privilege and equal opportunity to enjoy this benefit in any way they choose, including support of their dependents. You know, the military has a saying that when a person chooses to serve this country, the entire family serves. If this is an authentic statement, the sacrifices made to support that service should be rewarded in a way that makes the family whole by providing something tangible that reflects the pride of such service. By expanding the VA Home Loan Guarantee benefit to family members of those who serve, and ensure they will have the opportunity to achieve the American dream of ownership. In closing, Veterans Employment and Education Commission cannot do everything we do without the assistance of the American Legion's family members. We appreciate your assistance in helping us fulfill our promise to assist veterans and their families in obtaining gainful employment and successfully transitioning into civilian life. We look forward to your continued support and involvement. Thank you.
Now they're all set with the video. Please follow the monitors.
Today we're recruiting for new members, renewing old members, and we're also asking for donations to the American Legion so that we can provide the veterans in our communities, and also veteran families with assistance when they need us. We do also participate with community events such as this at the Grand Prix in Long Beach. And we are basically just communicating with the general public, communicating with older veterans, younger veterans, active military personnel, families of veterans, and giving them information regarding not only the American Legion, what it does, what its mission.
Oh, the energy seems very exciting. The people are definitely interested and want to see the race today, and they've been very proactive with our booth also, and happy to see the American Legion out here. We have had the chance to talk to several veterans here today, and have managed to get some of them to join the American Legion.
Plastic bags that we hand out are for them to remind them of the American Legion. Also, there is material in there that can provide their access to making donations on behalf of themselves or anybody else. Also, other information regarding the programs of the American Legion in total, and also the fact that our Legion posts are available within communities to help as well.
Yeah, everybody that comes to our booth today and enters either to join the American Legion, get information about the American Legion, or give us a donation is entered today for a chance to go to Victory Circle, get their picture taken with the winning driver, and also they will get a autographed die cast of the American Legion car.
And here today we're getting out there for people to be aware that we're still around and trying to help as many veterans and veteran families as well.
You know, what was really historic about this morning, it's the United States Army 247th birthday. It's a celebration of the 125th anniversary of the great cycling experiment by the U.S. Army for the Buffalo soldiers going cross-country on bicycles, 1,900 miles, 41 days.
We're here to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the Iron Riders, who were a group of African-American Buffalo soldiers who rode from Missoula, Montana to Forest Park, St. Louis in 1897.
So we have some reenactors here, as you can see up in the front. And we have Eric Cedeno somewhere here.
We got up about 5 o'clock, get ready to roll at 5:40, because that's when those guys left. We had the bugle playing this morning, playing Call to Horses, which now they changed and made it Call to Bikes. And, you know, we're on it. And that was probably the easiest and fun, most 5.5 miles that we rode, and it was right on the path that they used to come here, come downtown, and go over the Clark Fork River on Higgins Street, just like they did. I mean, that's so historic. I mean, it hasn't really set in yet, and I'm an enthusiastic person, but boy, I tell you what, this was a smooth day today. The things they did they helped start baseball here in 1894. You know, we have the different things on the fort that they did to help build the fort. The band will play, the Missoula State Band will be playing, and there will be a tribute band to the 25th Infantry, which was probably bigger and better than the Iron Riders and all the other stuff. It was really a community event. It was nice to turn my head a little bit and see 40-some-odd riders behind us. So the community came out and participated in this. That's what makes this so sweet.
It means a great deal to me because it's a little known story, and that's a great deal of what I deal with working for Missouri State Parks is I research and tell untold stories of African American history. So when Missouri State Parks decided to take on this project, I was the natural choice and the natural fit to actually do the interpretation, become a Buffalo soldier, and carry out or represent Missouri State Parks in this project. I've discovered a great deal of what the men actually went through, some of the adversities that they faced. I did not realize that the Buffalo soldiers were primarily stationed in outpost areas where their contact was primarily limited with dealing with the settlers moving west, as well as protecting the towns from Native American raids and protecting or breaking up mining disputes, as well as just overall, you know, pretty much being the police force in the unsettled West.
Other than it being a military ride, it was a community ride. The community came out, and they not only with regular bikes, we rode replica bikes, but they had the big, gigantic high bikes and stuff, because cycling was a big deal back in the 1890s. It was really huge, and for this ride to come out and have people come out with those kinds of bikes to ride, it was pretty neat.
It is my honor to introduce a great ally to veterans and a friend of the American Legion. Before running for Congress, our guest worked as a farmer and taught music. He also served in the Montana State Senate. In 2006, he was elected to the U.S. Senate to represent Montana. He is chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs and has been the tip of the spear in terms of making 2022 an incredible year for veterans legislation, from passing the PACT Act to overseeing the implementation of the VA Mission Act. American Legion family, it is my pleasure to welcome the American Legion's 2019 Distinguished Public Service Award recipient, the Honorable Senator John Testa.
Thank you for the warm introduction, and I'm going to start with an apology. I am sorry that I'm a little late for this. I was at the Pentagon meeting with the Secretary of Defense, Austin, and the Assistant Secretary Kath Hicks, and the Comptroller Mike McCord, and the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking about the budget that's coming up for this next year for our active military, for our Defense Department, and it was a good conversation. I want to thank you for the introduction. It was very, very kind, and I want to start by giving all of you, the folks who are in the American Legion, who traveled far and wide to be here, thank you for what you do every day to make sure that the United States government lives up to the promises that we make our fighting men and women after they return to civilian life. I would say I'm especially glad to recognize the Montanans that are in attendance. Hopefully they're here. Scott Miller, Chris Nelson, Candace Herring, thank you very, very much. You know, addressing this American Legion brings back fond memories to me of a guy by the name of Merv Gunderson. Now, Merv, some of you probably knew, he was from Belgrade, Montana. He was a leader in the American Legion in Montana and nationally. He spent his life dedicated to serving our nation's veterans, and in his case, fellow veterans. Merv is no longer with us, but the example that he set should inspire us every day to know that our collective efforts are very important to make sure that we're holding people accountable, to take care of the folks who have served us and fought for us and protected our freedoms in our U.S. military. Look, I don't need to tell you, for generations, the Legion has been a leader in supporting our veterans. With you as partners, we have been working incredibly hard to make sure our nation veterans have quality health care and good paying jobs and affordable housing. Reason for this is quite simple. Back in the day when you were in the military, is true today, these folks put their lives on the line every day in incredibly difficult conditions to defend this country and our freedoms. These are Americans that we all can be proud of because they stand up for the values that America is foundational for our country. Unfortunately, far too many folks who work in D.C., both on the elected side of the ledger and the bureaucratic side of the ledger, don't understand that sacrifice that both the veteran and their families provide and have done. They especially don't understand the challenges that our veterans have in rural America. And that is why I am particularly proud that last year we've got the largest expansion of VA health care ever in this country in a bill known as the VA PACT Act that's going to take care of our toxic exposed veterans. It is a bill that every veteran service organization in this country was their #1 priority, and it is a bill that never would have been passed if not for you. And the reason I say that is because when people brought up bogus comments about this bill and what it wouldn't do, we actually saw folks on the Senate floor fist bumping one another, cheering the fact that our veterans weren't going to get the benefits, the health care benefits that they have earned due to the exposures that they've had in service. And that doesn't just include burn pits, it includes Agent Orange, it includes a number of things. And so I am here to say to you, thank you. Your voice was heard, and we ended up passing a very important piece of legislation that impacts probably the majority of your members, okay? Now there's another challenge with the PACT Act, and that's make sure that ruthless folks out there don't unnecessarily and for no good reason take some of these benefits from our veterans. So oversight of that is going to be critically important. And there are going to be bills put up that give the veteran choice, but also protects them from ruthless folks that are out there, and we all know they're there. So what are we going to do this session? Other than passing a budget that meets the needs of our veterans, which is going to be really, really important, by the way, because some folks serve in Congress, in the House in particular, want to roll back the budget. Well, if they roll back the budget, they roll back the funding for our veterans. Don't let them tell you anything different. That's a bad idea. And I'm all about fiscal discipline, but when you make promises to the people who serve this country, you live up to those promises. So assuming we get that done, and we will get that done, the next piece of legislation that is very significant is another one that I think you guys are fully aware of, called the Major Richard Starr Act, which rights and injustice that currently prevents medically retired combat veterans from receiving their full military benefits. Makes no sense whatsoever, by the way. Makes no sense. Okay. So we're gonna be working on that, and with your support, by the way, not unlike the PACT Act, we'll get this baby across the finish line too. Because let me tell you something, democracy works when people speak up and make sure their opinions are heard, and the American Legion is right there making sure that democracy works. Thank you for that. Then finally, I will say one other thing that we need to focus on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee and Congress in general, and you guys too, and gals, is that we need to make sure the VA has the capacity. Okay, I just talked about the PACT Act being a major increase, quite frankly, from a VA standpoint, workload. From my standpoint, the right thing to do. The VA needs to step up and make sure we got the doctors, the nurses in the facilities, but we need to give them the ability to make sure that that happens, okay? And that old facilities go away. And we've got a number of bills to do that I'm pushing on, bipartisan in nature in the United States Senate, that we're going to be working to get done. Once again, you're critical in this equation. If your voices are heard, it will make a big, big difference. I know that some of you, maybe all of you, heard from Simon earlier in the week, I was told. God bless you for listening to him. No, he's a great guy, smart as hell, and somebody that, quite frankly, knows how to get the job done. Him and Tony and Faye are incredible on my staff, and I just want to, and others too, I could go down the list, but the truth is that they're good people. They want to listen to you. They want to hear your opinions so that we can do the right thing. Bottom line is this. Tomorrow, you're going to be in front of a joint session of the House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, the American Legion is. We look forward to your comments. We take them seriously because, as I've said in every one of these hearings, and I will probably say it again tomorrow, I take my instructions from you, the veterans who have served this country. And together, we will make sure those commitments are lived up to. God bless you all. Thank you for what you do, and have a great convention. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Our next guest serves as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Policy of Veterans Employment and Training Service in the United States Department of Labor. He is an Army veteran and uses his experience to the betterment of our nation's heroes. Prior to serving in the Department of Labor, he served as a professional staff member for the House Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity. During his time on the Hill, he was a lead contributor for the Isaacson Rowe Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act of 2020, which increased protections for student veterans, expanded benefits for homeless veterans, and mitigated the impact of COVID-19 on veterans. He also worked for the Office of Congressman Adam Smith and was the Chief Administrative Officer of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's Legislative Internship Program. Please welcome Deputy Assistant Secretary Julian Purdy.
All right. Thank you for the kind introduction, and I appreciate everybody giving me the warm invitation and all the kind words that I received this morning for being here. I first want to start and say that our Assistant Secretary, James Rodriguez, is not able to be here. He is currently in Fort Hood, where he's meeting with transitioning service members, spouses, and employers and local stakeholders to ensure that we are getting the jobs and the credentialing for those who are looking for work in that area. And before I go into my speech, I also want to tell a quick story about Senator Tester. I used to be on the House Veteran Affairs Committee, and I was staffing during one of the joint sessions that Chairman Tester just talked about. He turned around to me in the middle of the session, told me an off-color joke, and then he said, "Whatever you do, don't laugh." He turned immediately around and asked a question like nothing had ever occurred, and I was left trying to figure out what am I going to do with myself. I wanted to laugh so bad, but all the cameras were on us, everybody's taking pictures. It's a very serious affair, but he he tried to make me crack, but I somehow I maintained. But more seriously, I just want to again say thank you for the American Legion and the members across the nation for the great work that you do in support of transitioning service members and veterans of all generations. You know, the National Commander, Jim Troiola, and Legion leadership, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in the Commander's Call at the 63rd Annual Washington Convention and provide you with information about vets, who we serve, and our priorities. Our vets team consists of over 2,800 federal and state staff, contractors, and grantees, and last year served more than 440,000 veterans, military spouses across all of our agency programs. We are a committed and passionate team. I myself am a proud Army veteran, and over 96, no, please clap for that. Yes, thank you. I'm not going to say it's the best branch, but we all know which one is. So our vets team is actually made up of 96% veterans. So we are truly veterans serving veterans. But I will say the other 4% are also dedicated and passionate to the cause and may have military family members as well, such as our Deputy Assistant Secretary, Margarita Devlin, who is a mother of a Marine. And I think everybody knows here that this is a team effort to serve the employment needs of our veterans, transitioning service members, and spouses, and I am grateful for the American Legion's support and partnership. Studies and data indicate that veterans outperform their non-veteran peers in the workforce. So hiring veterans is really a good business decision. DoD recently stated that only 23% of 17 through 24-year-olds even qualify for military service. So now we're getting the best of the best in the military when they come. Veterans have a lower employment rate and higher labor petition rates than non-veteran peers. Veterans have a 17% higher standard of living than non-veterans over the past 40 years. And post 9/11 veterans earn more than those who've never served in the armed forces. Service to our nation's uniform facilitates better long-term employment outcomes than those who don't serve. But we still have more work to do to make sure all veterans are truly supported. And one thing that's still a great concern for vets is military spouse unemployment. Our military spouses are an extremely educated and talented force. Yet they experience high unemployment rates 4 times the national average. And according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 38% of military spouses earn less than their civilian spouse counterparts. And so we in Vets have established several initiatives to continue to support military spouses in the workforce, and we have more on the way. At VETS, our mission is to enable all veterans, transitioning service members, and military spouses to reach their full potential in the workplace. Successful employment outcomes of our veterans are incredibly important to our nation and the resiliency of our veterans. I applaud the Legion's Be the One Suicide Prevention Initiative this year. We certainly understand that meaningful employment is a protective factor as it enables financial stability and social connectiveness and a sense of purpose. And as our nation moves beyond the pandemic, it is good to see veteran unemployment rates at a record low. 2.5% of veterans unemployed in January, lower than the 3.2% of unemployment for all Americans. However, the pandemic has exacerbated a lot of existing economic inequities. And we can see that in our underserved veterans communities who are experiencing higher unemployment rates. Therefore, promoting and advancing equity, inclusion, accessibility in our underserved veteran communities, such as veterans of color, disabled veterans, those in rural communities, Native American communities, LGBTQ+ communities, justice-involved, and those who have been historically marginalized is a priority for vets. Every veteran, and I want to say that again, every veteran deserves a good job with family-sustaining wages and the opportunity to establish generational wealth and well-being for themselves and their family. While VETS itself is a small agency, we have another priority to leverage all of our partnerships to maximize employment opportunities. So we appreciate our close partnership with the Legion as we collectively serve veterans. We also partner with our other DOL agencies, federal government partners such as the Department of Defense, Department of Veteran Affairs, the Small Business Administration, Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, and others. And we also have a close partnership with state workforce agencies. And they are critical, and we have a number of nonprofit partners to include all the grantees who support our homeless veterans reintegration program. But also, again, going back to the American Legion and our veteran service organizations, we can't do this work without y'all. So we remain committed to that partnership. And one of the things that we always love working with you on is making sure we can get that military to civilian transition right. And one of the things I'm really excited to talk about today is some of the initiatives we have in that space. The Employment Navigator and Partnership Program is our first program to provide one-on-one career assistance to interested transitioning service members, their spouses, outside of the traditional TAP classroom. This program is currently at 20 military installations around the world, and our employment navigators assist transitioning service members to identify employment opportunities through their career exploration and connections available to resources from the government and non-governmental partners that I've just listed. To date, nearly 8,000 transitioning service members and 500 military spouses have received services from these employment navigators. And I'm also excited about another initiative we have, which is the Off-Base Transition Training Program. And this is an opportunity where veterans, National Guard, and reservists, along with their spouses, can attend employment workshops in their local communities. There are 10 two-hour workshops that are in person and virtual, built to fit a busy schedule. Attendees can mix and match workshops to meet their employment goals and attend at their own pace. The Off-Base Transition Training Program is a great start, and we have 5 initial pilot states: California, Pennsylvania, Texas, Massachusetts, and North Carolina. And to date, we have had over 1,500 participants in this program. And we are going to continue to expand this program to at least 20 states. And so we're really thankful for the American Legion and their efforts to promote this program via their network and membership. And so I just want to say in closing, your VETS team here is committed, again, to enabling all veterans, transitioning service members, and military spouses to reach their full potential in the workplace. Successful employment outcomes for our veterans and military spouses is fundamental to maintain our all-volunteer force, and is the right thing to do for those who stepped up to serve our nation. We appreciate the collaborative relationship between the American Legion and VETS, and I appreciate being here with you today. Thank you for your efforts to advocate for your support and those in uniform, veterans, and their families. Thank you.
Where am I here? Here we go. This is right here. This morning, I'd like to present the American Legion's Distinguished Public Service Award to Congressman Raul Ruiz. But first, let me tell you about him and why he has earned such an award. Congressman Raul Ruiz is the son of a migrant farm workers and is a first-generation American who grew up in California's Coachella Valley. After graduating magna cum laude from UCLA, he went on to become the first Latino to receive 3 graduate degrees from Harvard, Masters of Public Policy and Public Health, and a Doctor of Medicine. He then used his credentials abroad in Mexico, El Salvador, and Haiti. In 2012, he received a Commander's Award for Public Service from the United States Army's 82nd Airborne Division for his humanitarian efforts for the victims of the 2010 Haiti earthquake. At home, he started a pre-med mentorship program for young students and founded the Coachella Valley Healthcare Initiative, which works to expand healthcare access and education. As a member of Congress, he is known for utilizing his experience and expertise as an emergency doctor to advocate for veterans' health care. Last year, he introduced the Presumptive Benefits for War Fighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxins Act, which was included in the final version of the PACT Act, and added 11 presumptive conditions to this bill. He also has been a leader in helping deported veterans return to the United States. American Legion family, it is my pleasure to welcome and present the American Legion's 2022 Distinguished Public Service Award to the Honorable Representative Raul Ruiz.
The Distinguished Public Service Award presented to the Honorable Raul Ruiz, 25th Congressional District of California, U.S. House of Representatives. In recognition of your distinguished public service career and commitment to the welfare of America's veterans and their families. Throughout your service to America, you have repeatedly demonstrated special regard for our nation's veterans. Your medical expertise and steadfast dedication were essential to improving the lives of veterans and those currently serving. Your committed advocacy on behalf of veterans exposed to toxins during service was crucial in the final passage of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson's Honoring Our PAC Act. Through your leadership, you have significantly improved the lives of service members, veterans, and their families. Presented in Washington, D.C., February 28, 2023.
Hello, good morning. How are you today? It's so wonderful to be here with all of you, and thank you for having me. As many of you know, I'm Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz. I'm an emergency medicine physician, public health expert, and I serve as the representative of California's great 25th district in sunny Southern California. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here today and to accept the American Legion's National Commander's Distinguished Public Service Award. I'm truly humbled to receive this recognition. And really, from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you for this honor, your shared commitment to our nation's veterans, and most especially for your service to our nation. Over the years, it has been a great pleasure to work with many of you in this room to secure the recognition, benefits, and care our nation's veterans have earned, deserve, and need. While there is more work to do, it has been with your leadership that we have made great progress, especially for our veterans and service members who have been exposed to burn pits and other toxins during their military service. The Honoring Our Pact Act is now the law of the land because of you. And this is a great victory that we share together because of the leadership and advocacy of the American Legion. And the American Legion veterans from all across the country have fought over the years to move this legislation forward, including the local veterans in my own district. So I'm going to take personal privilege here and give a shout out to the American Legion posts in my district, Post 25 in El Centro, Post 53 in Hemet, Post 90 in Calexico, Post 135 in Calipatria, Post 428 in Banning, Post 597 in Brawley, Post 39 in Indio, and I just recently lost in my district, but they will never be lost in my heart, Post 519 in Palm Springs, California. So you see, you're well represented in California's 25th district. And with their voices, with your voices, and our collaboration, we celebrate this shared achievement together. And together we celebrate and honor the stories, heroism, and sacrifice of veterans who have inspired us all along the way. Veterans like my constituent from Cathedral City, Jennifer Kepner, an Air Force medic from my district who was exposed to burn pits while she served in Balad Air Force Base in Iraq. You see, I met her in 2017. She was a healthy mother of two who developed pancreatic cancer at the age of 37, despite no prior family history of the disease. Before her death, Jennifer asked me to fight for veterans like her who have been exposed to burn pits, which she called the Agent Orange of our generation. And I promised her at her kitchen table when we met that I would fight for her and other veterans who had been denied their benefits due to their exposure to burn pits. And now, thank you. And now, under the leadership of many people in this room, especially House Veterans Affairs Committee Ranking Member Mark Takano, who you just heard from, and also Senator Tester, who is the chairman on the Senate side, the Honoring Our Pact Act is law. And now veterans like Jennifer Kepner and families like hers will be able to receive the benefits and care that they need. So with my bipartisan legislation with Representative Fitzpatrick, Senator Gillibrand, Senator Rubio, and countless VSOs, including John Stewart and John Phil, the Presumptive Benefits for Warfighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxins Act included veterans suffering from over 23 different illnesses and cancers can now receive treatment and care without facing an arduous process from the VA. Presumptive benefits, in fact, thank you. You see, presumptive benefits are the heart and soul of this law. And I'm so thankful to have had advocates like the American Legion by my side pushing for these veterans throughout this entire journey. So it has truly been together that we have achieved the most expansive access to care for veterans in generations. Now, thanks to Jennifer and all of you and veterans across the country, over 3.5 million veterans and their families will be positively impacted by this legislation. Their pain and suffering will be reduced because they will be able to receive health care, and their spouses and their families will be taken care of. This historic law will make a monumental difference in the lives of our nation's veterans. And thanks to you, However, our work is not done. Now we must end the use of burn pits once and for all so that future generations of service members won't have to face the same public health crisis as our Vietnam and Gulf War veterans have exposed veterans have. And likewise, we still have work ahead of us to ensure that we protect our non-citizen veterans who, after fighting for our country, still face the dangers of deportation and being separated from their families and communities. I believe that if you fight and risk your life for our country, you should stay in our country. That is why, as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus last Congress, I led the caucus in support of Chairman, now Ranking Member Mark Takano's Veteran Service Recognition Act to prevent the deportation of non-citizen service members and give them due process in America and a fair shot at a pathway to citizenship. With the Congressional Hispanic Caucuses and your support, this passed the House last Congress. And while we are still working hard to bring this legislation to President Biden's desk, together with the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the Department of Defense, we brought forward the initiative to support non-citizen service members, veterans, and immediate family members. This new portal ensures that veterans and their family members get the assistance and direction that they need when their immigration cases, when they need it. So while ultimately the issue of deported veterans will require a legislative fix, with advocates like you, we are making progress. And if there's one thing I know after passing the PACT Act, it's that if we keep reaching across the aisle, if we keep working together, and yes, if we keep making a whole lot of noise, we can achieve a future that is free from burn pits and where veterans don't have to face unnecessary roadblocks to getting the benefits and care that they've already earned. So let's continue our work together to honor our nation's veterans, not just with words or platitudes, but with pragmatic action to improve their lives. So I am so grateful to each and every one of you for your partnership, and I could not be more honored to receive this incredible recognition. In fact, on the drive here, I was just thinking of my aunts and uncles who served either as spouses or as veterans or service members, and how a kid who grew up in a trailer park with farm worker community, with farm worker parents, is standing here before you, the Great American Legion, a national organization for doing a little piece and changing the course of history for our veterans who have been denied their justice and being exposed to burn pits and other toxins. And so I thank you for this great honor. Know that you truly have a friend, an advocate, and a champion in me. Thank you very much.
Our next guest from the Department of Oregon, or the state of Oregon, has been actively involved in politics since he was a college student, leading the Constitutional Amendment to lower the voting age to 18. After completing his law degree and serving as a public official in Portland, he was elected to Congress in 1996. Since then, he has been chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee and established his reputation as the most avid cyclist on the Hill. Last year, he introduced the American Legion-supported Afghan Adjustment Act. This bipartisan act would grant permanent legal status to Afghan refugees and improve the special immigrant visa process for Afghans who served alongside U.S. service members. Please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Representative Earl Blumenauer.
Thank you very much for allowing me to join you this morning. I guess I should say by way of introduction that part of the reason I am here is the American Legion. Commander Robert Mariani, for years, ran Beaver Boys State, which helped thousands of young boys be exposed to the political process, American values, and patriotism. And I thank you for getting me started on this path. It's been quite a journey. I am pleased that our partnership dealing with the other side of the equation. Dr. Ruiz was here dealing with some of the elements that you well know in terms of meeting our responsibilities to our veterans. Sometimes there are difficulties with bureaucracies, with budgets, politics gets in the way, but you are focused being able to make sure that we do the right thing by our veterans. But there's another group that you've been focused on, and I'm here to thank you for that effort, because there were tens of thousands of brave men and women who helped Americans overseas, in Iraq, Afghanistan. In fact, they help us around the world. They were putting their lives at risk in helping Americans do their tasks. However one feels about the war in Iraq or Afghanistan, there can be no denial that we have an obligation to the brave men and women who helped Americans do their job at the risk of their lives. And that risk continues. The Taliban have long memories, and the people who are stuck in theater are daily at risk for people killing them, kidnapping their families. And we have a problem with the people that we are able to get out of the theater to the United States, who get caught up in the bureaucracy in terms of making their stay here legal. The work that you've done helping me with the Afghan veterans, dealing with visas, and helping get more people out of harm's way in the Middle East. This, for me, goes back almost 20 years. I had an opportunity to be exposed to a young lieutenant from the Oregon National Guard who was working with a group of high school students in Portland, Oregon, to get his young woman, who was an interpreter to him, to safety. And those young people and that lieutenant were successful. But it inspired legislation that we dealt with the late Senator McCain, late Senator Kennedy, and a broad bipartisan coalition to be able to bring them to safety. The task is not over. There are still people trapped in Afghanistan. There are still people who are trapped in the bureaucracy here. Our legislation, the Afghan Adjustment Act and the Afghan Allies Protection Act, help us on both sides of the equation. The people who are still stuck over there in harm's way, and the people here who are at risk of being ground up by the bureaucracy that makes it hard for them to be able to get the clearance to be able to live here safely and securely. This is a broad bipartisan effort. Every year we are in there fighting to get the visas, to be able to get the support overseas and at home. The American Legion has been absolutely essential in our bipartisan coalition to be able to meet our responsibilities, who put their lives on the line to help Americans. It would be shameful for us to turn our back on them. It's a terrible signal, because we always are relying on foreign nationals to help us with our missions. And once they are here, they deserve our best treatment. I will never forget being at National Airport with a young man named Janice, when he was there to be able to meet his 3 children and his wife, who escaped certain death from the Taliban, and a young American captain who wouldn't give up on his Afghan partner. Very emotional. I wish we somehow could have filmed that and just played it when we make our rounds to try and make sure that our legislation is met. These are things that demonstrate the greatness of America, that we are not going to leave behind people who put their lives on the line to us. Maybe they weren't American citizens, but they relied on American promises to give American assistance. I want to thank you for the partnership for these two pieces of legislation. I hope as you are on Capitol Hill, there's a way to put in a good word for the legislation. The Legion's support is absolutely essential. And at some point, I'd love to strategize with you to make sure that those veterans that we brought home can have access to medical marijuana the same way that other citizens have, that the VA doctors can actually talk to them in states where it's legal. I've heard countless veterans who say that made the difference in terms of saving their life with chronic pain, PTSD, depression. We ought to do our best to help them like we would any other citizen. Thank you for your service. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Thanks for the partnership on this important legislation. Thank you very much.
I'd like to introduce our next guest, who graduated at Northern Illinois University and gained commission through the Air Force ROTC program. During his military career, he served as a Wing Group Squadron and Expeditionary Squadron Commander. His final assignment was at Headquarters U.S. Air Force Base in the Pentagon. In 2014, he retired as a Brigadier General. His personal awards include the Air Force Distinguished Service Medal, 2 Legion of Merits, and 2 Bronze Stars. In 2016, he was elected to serve Nebraska in the U.S. House of Representatives. In D.C., he is known to be a pragmatic lawmaker who works with the people on both sides of the aisle. He worked to ensure Afghan refugees entering the country under humanitarian parole can access traditional resettlement services. He also established For Country Caucus, a group of military veteran members who strive to create a Congress that is less polarized, more efficient, and is more trusted by Americans. This year, Congressman Bacon established a new military quality of life panel on the House Committee on Armed Services, which will focus on issues such as food insecurity and access to child care. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Don Bacon.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'm grateful to you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so great to see you. I was given this opportunity, and I said, heck yes, I'm going to speak to my fellow veterans. After serving 30 years in the Air Force, I'm just honored to be with you today, and I appreciate you. I'm one of you. I also appreciate our American Legion. I'm also a member of the American Legion, so it's just like a double good feeling here to be part of this event today. I want to thank the American Legion for advocating for the veterans, which I'm one of them. You know, it's your voice that allows us to know like the dangers of the burn pits, which spurred us to action with the PACT Act. It was your voice that says, hey, we got long waiting lines for the VA. What are we going to do about that? And we'd like to see our local doctors if we got to wait a long time. You spurred us to action there as well. And I think we got more work there to do. It's you that speaks up too when you say, hey, we're paying too high a copays for our pharmaceuticals. And we're carving out or hollowing out our health care that was promised to us when we came in. So I just want to thank you for your voice. You make us better in Washington and Congress, and we need you. We need what you stand for. I want you to take some pride today about what you represent in our country. Today we have 18 million veterans who've worn the uniform. Some from World War II, unfortunately, fewer and fewer of those greatest generation. I work with many Korean War vets. Obviously, we have many Vietnam veterans in this room today. I served in Iraq and Afghanistan. But you put it all together, it's been 18 million veterans. You represent 7% of our population today, and that number's been going down over time. But please take pride and never forget, you've helped create and defend and strengthen the greatest country in the world. We are the land of the free. We're the land of opportunity where anybody, when they work their hardest and have character, can climb the ladder of success. We're a nation that to the best of our ability, promotes the rule of law. And you've defended that and you've made that reality. Always take pride in that. I know I surely do with myself. And if you look back at the history of our country, we've had 41 million Americans who served in the military, going all the way back to 1776. And out of that, we'll never forget that 1.2 million made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our country. A reminder that this freedom is never free. So my main message I want to say to you today is, one, yes, please have pride, but two, America still needs you. We need the spirit of the veteran more and more in our national discourse. Today, too many in America see right and left, and that they're even looking at fellow Americans as the biggest adversary or enemy. This is undermining the greatest country in the world. Most veterans don't have that worldview. We have the worldview that it's our faith and America first, over party and partisanship. When we served in the military, we didn't say, are you a Republican or Democrat? When we dug that trench, we were fixing aircraft, whatever it was that we did. We were Americans solving problems together, and we need more of that in our country today. When I look at a review of our country and the problems facing us, these are the four big issues I see. One, we have a rising China that's nearing our GDP, that wants to replace us as the world superpower, a country that does not share our values. They have 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps. They're doing forced sterilizations. They strip the freedoms from people in Hong Kong. They're doing predatory trade. They're stealing our technology. They're investing billions in our country to leverage influence. But it's just not China. We have Russia and Ukraine, an unprovoked, unjust war, crimes against humanity. We have Iran, North Korea. You can go on and on. America can't do this alone. We're going to have leadership that inspires alliances and allies to defend our values. But this is a critical issue. The rising China, this is a problem that's going to face the next generation and for decades to come. But on top of that, we have a $32 trillion deficit. And if we do nothing, and Social Security is going to go insolvent, Medicare is going to go insolvent, that's unacceptable. If we do nothing, our mandatory spending alone will drive a $19 trillion deficit in the next decade. It's going to take leadership to solve this. The spirit of the veteran that says we're going to get this done for America and not get hung up on partisan debate and argument. We have an education issue that we got to get our arms around. If we want our children to learn the trades and STEM, we're going to have to elevate our game. And I see that as a national challenge now. And part of this is only 22% of our youth can qualify to get in the military today, because of physical fitness, testing, whatever it may be. Our youth and our education and developing life skills is a challenge that our country has to face as well. And then finally, the fourth issue that makes all of this other things harder is the gross divide that we have in our country today, that we have to work together to solve these other issues. And I come back to why I bring this up, because veterans see themselves as people of faith and Americans first. And we're going to have that spirit, I believe, in our country if we want to tackle these problems and remain the strongest country in the world, the best country in the world. In this spirit, we developed the Four Country Caucus in Congress, a group of veterans, Republican and Democrats, that said we're going to work together and find solutions that are country first, not party first. And I'm very proud of this team. We were 26. I think our numbers have grown there, and we're going to keep building on that. But this has allowed us to work together on bringing those interpreters from Afghanistan here that we left behind. That was unacceptable. So it's Republicans, Democrats working together to make fixes. So let me close on something that's always inspired me about our country. Only 5% of mankind have ever had freedom. If you go back from the very history of written history, only 1 in 20 people have ever had freedoms like we have. So it tells us our freedoms are rare, they're precious, we know they're fragile. And we cannot take it for granted. We can't let hate and divide in our country undermine what we have, because our children, our children's children, deserve to have what we have enjoyed and love so much. So to my fellow Veterans Day, I love that old poster. It says, America, or Uncle Sam wants you. Uncle Sam still needs you and your voice. Please be active in your school boards, your city councils, your congressional races, because your America First over party is what we need to be seeing more and more at every level of our representative government, because we want to remain part of that 5%, the land of the free and the home of the brave. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me a few moments to speak to you. I'm proud to be a fellow Legionnaire and a fellow veteran serving side by side with you. Thank you. God bless you.
Legionnaires, we have a strong advocate working to ensure that we are heard by the White House. He hails from Pennsylvania, attended King's College, and was a cadet in the Army ROTC at the neighboring University of Scranton. After graduating from Scranton's Royal Warriors Battalion in 1996, he stayed in the reserves while he pursued his law degree at Widener University. In 2000, he joined active duty and served as a judge advocate. After 9/11, he deployed to Bosnia and Baghdad. He was awarded the Bronze Star Medal for his meritorious service in Iraq. In 2008, he became the first Iraq war veteran elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he served on the House Armed Services Committee and helped repeal DOD's Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy. In 2015, he was confirmed as the Undersecretary of the Army. He currently serves as the chairman of the White House Trucking Task Force movement, where he works closely with the American Legion to employ veterans in the trucking industry. Please welcome Chairman Patrick Murphy.
Good morning, everybody. Commander and everybody, thanks so much for having me, my fellow Legionnaires. It's an honor to be here. The commander doesn't like it when I say this because he's a former Marine and I'm a former Army paratrooper. But to my Army veterans out there, it's great to be back with the America's varsity team. And then we have some great JV members out here. I figured I'd just right away, you know how we are in the 82nd Airborne Division. Some people say the AA stands for All American, others say it stands for something else. But it is great to be here. And Commander, thank you for the very warm introduction. I do appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a defining moment in our country's history. I think we all know it. We just got done the longest wars in American history. We've asked less than 0.5% to serve in those longest wars, 2 decades. 78% of those folks who served came from military families, and we're on a struggle bus as a nation to ask young men and women to serve our nation with recruitment goals not being met in all the services. Part of that is because most Americans, although they have great respect for our military and our American veterans, they're not encouraging their sons and daughters, their nieces and nephews. And I say, and I've devoted my life to my brother and sister veterans, not just in Congress, co-authoring the post-9/11 GI Bill, and not just as the Undersecretary of the Army and the Acting Secretary of the Army, hitting recruitment goals, but also now as a chairman of Task Force Movement. Task Force Movement is a presidential commission that we launched last April, so we're less than 1 year old. And part of that is because we saw with COVID, et cetera, the really difficulties with our supply chain, where we had ships, trucks backed up, waiting to get product and ship it out across America. ladies and gentlemen, we're 80,000 truck drivers short in America. And I'm proud that I came from a truck driving family. My grandfather served in the Pacific in World War II, Navy veteran, came back and became an American Teamster and drove a truck for decades, putting his family, putting the food on the table for the Murphy family. My father, also Navy veteran, served during the Vietnam era and came back, was a police officer in Philadelphia for 22 years and also drove a truck on the side. Thank you. And I was blessed enough they didn't let me drive the trucks, but I loaded the trucks when I was working my way through college. But when we're 80,000 truck drivers short, not that we're going to solve it by veterans, but every year we have over 200,000 veterans or 200,000 active troops, not just active duty, but active troops become veterans. And letting them know that if you become an American truck driver, the majority of truck drivers aren't over-the-road truck drivers. They're not there. They're home for dinner almost every night. Most of them are day truckers, and most of them on average start at over $70,000 a year in salary. So we launched this program with the president, with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, with over 150 partners across this country, including the American Legion, with Task Force Movement. We have already raised over $11 million in scholarships, free scholarships for veterans and military spouses to get their CDL license, their commercial driver's license, which costs on average about $11,000. And that's incredibly important. With that, we've also started a Afghan special immigrant visa program. As you know, we've had a lot of allies, brothers and sisters that serve with us, places like Baghdad, Iraq, where I served, interpreters who, because they stood with us shoulder to shoulder, they put their lives on the line. And as you know, as Legionnaires, we have an ethic in the military and in the American Legion that we leave no one behind. And that's why we've allowed thousands of not just Iraqi SIV holders and Afghan SIV holders, but we're giving them the promise that they can go live a life in the American dream, and we're helping them as well with commercial driver's license and scholarship programs for that too, because we need them to help drive our economy to remain America as number one. We've also, after Task Force Movement was launched last April, we've had some great success. We've also launched Task Force Cyber, which is getting veterans and military spouses also in cybersecurity. We're 60,000 cyber professionals short in the federal government. You heard my former colleague, Congressman Don Bacon, speak before I did about China. Well, China is our competitor. China is 3 times our size geographically and in population. And China, as you know, steals our intellectual property from American businesses and corporations. And the surveillance, illegal surveillance that you saw them do just a few weeks ago across America, pales in comparison to the surveillance that they're doing every day on smartphones and laptops across America. And we need to do better. And that's why we launched last summer in Milwaukee at the American Legion Conference, Task Force Cyber. So I'm excited was excited to be there in Milwaukee at the convention. I'm excited to be invited back to go to Charlotte, and I'm excited to be with you here today. But as I mentioned when I first began, Americans are living through a defining moment in our country's history. And while the wars might be over in Iraq and Afghanistan, we still must compete, and we still must let the American public know that the American veteran is a leader of character committed to a lifetime of service. That is what we used to instruct our students when I taught at West Point. I say this, you're all going to be lieutenants when you graduate here. And some of you will serve for 5 years, some of you might serve for 20 years. But you are a leader of character committed to a lifetime of service. Veterans are civic assets to this nation. They are more likely to be employed than non-veterans. They're more likely to start a small business and for that small business to be successful than non-veterans. They're more likely to vote in elections no matter what their political persuasion is because they love this country than non-veterans. Our veterans after World War II came back and half of them created small businesses. Some of those small businesses became iconic global brands. When I worked out this morning in the hotel gym, I was working out with my Nikes on. Why? Because Phil Knight, who started Nike in the back of his car, in his trunk of his car, is an American veteran. He served on America's varsity team, the U.S. Army. Sam Walton started the largest retailer in the world. It's called Walmart. Ralph Roberts, a Navy veteran, because I'm bipartisan commander. Ralph Roberts created the largest communications company in the world. It's called Comcast. They own NBC. Navy veteran after World War II. After Vietnam, the war that my two uncles served in, my dad served during it, Fred Smith came back home and started FedEx. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to be proud of for our brothers and sisters, but we must amplify their stories. We must amplify the cause that is a sacred duty for our nation, to continue to have the best military in the world, to continue to take that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and continue to be civic assets and leaders of character of the greatest country on earth. God bless all of you. God bless the American Legion, and God bless America. Thank you for having me here today.
Up next is a proud partner of the American Legion, Glenn Bergman of Bergman & Moore, LLC. Prior to becoming the managing partner of Bergman & Moore, Glenn served as an appellate litigator in VA's Office of General Counsel. He also serves on the court's Judicial Advisory Committee and served as president of the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims Bar Association. He is a frequent lecturer on veterans law issues involving disability claims for veteran service organizations. Glenn is accompanied today by Anita Best, a proud daughter of a retired Marine Corps veteran. She served in the Marine Corps for 31 years as an aviation supply officer and a protocol public affairs officer. After retiring from the Marine Corps, she worked for the Congressman Murphy's district office in North Carolina, where she handled veterans case work. Glenn and Anita are here today for a presentation on Camp Lejeune justice claims, which I know many of you are currently eligible for. Please give a warm American Legion welcome to Glenn and Anita.
Good morning. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Some of you I recognize, and it's nice to see you. I'm here on behalf of Bergman & Moore to talk about our relationship with the American Legion, which is a 7-year relationship, and again to talk about Camp Lejeune Justice Act. Bergman & Moore is a national law firm that was founded in 2004, managed by former VA attorneys. I previously worked in VA's Office of General Counsel in the Appellate Litigation Division for 2 years, and I loved it. There are great people working at VA. I just felt like after 2 years that I was working on the wrong side, and so I left, and now I litigate against my old office on behalf of veterans, on behalf of the American Legion. We are the largest law firm in federal court before the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims. We have about 20% of that court's docket. In August of 2017, your NEC passed a national resolution to approve an MOU between the American Legion and Bergman & Moore related to two principal actions. The first provided for no-cost representation on appeal on veterans' appeals from the Board of Veterans' Appeals to the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, which is a national court of federal jurisdiction here in Washington, D.C. And the other principal part of this MOU set forth a national training program of your department service officers, which I'll talk a little bit about in this slide. So we do multiple things. Our relationship has kind of morphed a little bit as we now, in addition to doing 2 national department service officer schools, which historically were in person. We were here in this building in February of 2020 when the nation went into lockdown due to COVID. We finished that session. Since then, we have been remote, and that has been a blessing because we are now we're training more department service officers than we have historically, and we are also now doing a new service officer school, which is something Shannon asked us to introduce, which is monthly. So in addition to your department service officers getting 2 trainings a year, we're now doing monthly trainings for new service officers. And I'm happy to report that the demand for the training is strong. The department service officers are doing very well. I'm hearing very good things from the Board of Veterans' Appeals, from the court, talking about how the department service officers are submitting more competent, more relevant arguments on behalf of our veterans. Here's just a quick graph that talks about the graduation numbers. As of the 15th, we just finished another another new service officer school, so that number has changed. There have been 2,293 graduates of your Legion department service officers. And I will say that this is not a training that you just show up. These folks are tested, and they have to pass in order to graduate. And I'm proud of the fact that close to 2,500 department service officers have successfully graduated. This is a graph of our litigation numbers. I'm very proud of this. I hope you can see the numbers. We have represented the American Legion 4,462 times in federal court. And if you follow that middle column down, and these are numbers from September 1, 2017 to September 30, 2022, we have been successful 4,448 times. This is an incredible number. It represents a 99.7 success rate of Legion members before the court. And that is not only a testimony of our staff. We have 5 litigation teams and an operation team. It's also a testimony of your department service officers making excellent arguments, bringing the right cases up so that we can appeal them and get benefits for Legionnaires and their family members. That said, we did leave behind, unfortunately, only 14 cases that were completely unfavorable. This is a pie graph. This is probably not fair, but that little splinter is in orange are the unfavorable. We're 99.7% successful in appeals. I want to switch gears very briefly and talk about the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. On October 3rd, the American Legion and Bergman and Moore entered into a second memorandum of understanding related to the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. Everyone has heard about the PACT Act. You heard Senator Tester talk about the great work that the American Legion did in helping at its passage. Camp Lejeune Justice Act is it's under the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. It's under a section called Other Matters. It is a huge distraction because large law firms have spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to attract veterans and family members to represent them in these toxic water claims, because Camp Lejeune Justice Act is distinct from VA benefits. It's very important. I'm here to ensure that there's an accurate message because there's a lot of mixed messaging, and we're trying to prevent Legion members and their family members from hearing the wrong information, from making mistakes, and ensuring that they get the greatest benefits under the law. The American Legion, for their part, I'm hoping you've noticed the inserts in the American Legion magazine in December 2022. I know you can't read the text, but that top line says Legion Inc.'s MOU for Camp Lejeune Justice Act. That's the MOU with us. These FAQs, we're calling them, public service announcements, are factual. This is information that's accurate. There's a lot of bad information, and I know you're receiving the same emails that I'm getting suggesting that you just can click and you can get benefits under the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. It's very important that you read these. That was from December. This is from March. We are writing these. The American Legion is printing them. There is an April edition that's coming out. That's another full-page ad, and please pay attention to these because they are the facts about the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. And it's important for you to note that the information is fluid. You know, VA is interpreting Camp Lejeune Justice Act. DOD is interpreting. The courts are interpreting what the law is supposed to be. A lot of people are talking. So it's important that the message is accurate and it's clear, and that's why we're here, to talk about getting an accurate message out in our outreach in the promotion of a better understanding of Camp Lejeune Justice Act. To that end, we are not advertising. We haven't spent a penny on advertising. What we are spending money on is ensuring that the message is accurate. We have Liz Hartman, who is the American Legion's spokesperson. She is traveling out to the different departments. If you'd like her to come out to your state, to your post, please reach out to her. I know you know who she is. And we also have with us Anita Best, who I would call up. She's going to take over the rest of the presentation. Anita is a retired colonel of the U.S. Marine Corps, served as a public affairs officer. We're proud to have her on our team, and she is helping to coordinate the message about the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. Anita.
Thank you all for having us once again. Just real quickly, I have been involved in this issue since I was 3 years old, as my dad was stationed at Camp Lejeune then. Then I joined the Marine Corps, and I was stationed at New River during that time frame. So I was involved in that way. Also, I was working for the Marine Corps when the information came out in the early 2000s, I think it was. I was the public affairs officer, so in basic Camp Lejeune, so we were kind of ground zero there. Worked with Headquarters Marine Corps, the CDC, ATSDR, et cetera, et cetera. Retired, thought I was done with that. Then I started working for Congressman Murphy, who's in the 3rd North Carolina District, and really proud of the fact that he was involved in getting that PACT Act signed last year. And once it was signed, then we were done with it with his office, and I thought, okay, we're turning it over to the attorneys now. Well, in December I joined Bergman & Moore, and so now I'm still involved, and I feel like God has got me involved for a very good reason. I have a long history. I really appreciate and respect Bergman & Moore for their care for veterans, and so that's why I'm here and serving as a communicator of this message. So what we are trying to do is just get the message out to veterans and families. You guys have a lot of contacts, and people are going to be calling you about this, and we just want you to know who to go to. You can come to me and Liz. Hopefully you'll have our information. We're trying to tell people of the changes that are going on we're doing a social media campaign that's coming up this week. We'll send that information out to post as well. And we want to protect you all from the attorneys that are just calling your members and you and your families and people that never even served on Camp Lejeune or worked there. Because there is a lot of money involved, and they're saying even more than what's being stated now in the billions. So we just want to make sure that you guys are protected and your members and families. We also wanted to make sure you know of any changes and updates, because they are coming out now more quickly than they were originally. So we're going to see a lot of new information coming out. And so our goal is just to make sure that the veterans' families and other people, contractors, people that worked on base, know what they're getting into and what they're going to be deciding between the benefit of the Justice Act and your VA benefits. We want to make sure that you get your maximum. We want you to know that there's two different ways. There's the VA claim, which is separate, and then there's the Camp Lejeune Justice Act one-time benefit. And that's what the attorneys at Bergman & Moore will hope to communicate. So if there's two different ways, like I mentioned, if you have a VA benefit claim, you'll file that with your American Legion service officer, and they will help you determine the best strategy to get your maximum benefits there. And then also, then you will reach out, contact Bergman & Moore. There's a 1-800 number. There's a page on the website, a launch page. So there's a lot of good ways, and someone will call just to get the information, and they will work towards getting the records and the proof that you need. So that's going to be their job. And then the final thing that Bergman & Moore promises that they're going to work to do the best thing that's going to be for the veteran, despite the money that might be offered. If it's not the best interest of the veteran, they're going to urge you not to take it. So, and that's something that I believe that they've proven over the years with their 99.9% success rate of caring for veterans over these last couple decades. But thank you. I know that was quick. There's a lot of information. Please call, reach out, go on the website, and we're happy to answer any other questions.
At this time, I am honored to introduce our next guest, the CEO and co-founder of With Honor. He is the son of a Vietnam veteran who left the Marines as a captain after receiving a Bronze Star Medal and a Purple Heart. He grew up in Rhode Island and attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill on a Marine Corps Naval ROTC scholarship. In 2009, he graduated from Harvard with an MPA and an MBA. He served 5 years in the Marine Corps, where he attained the rank of captain and deployed to Bosnia, the Horn of Africa, and Iraq. During his service, ABC World News named him Person of the Year in 2006 for his work in Kibera and military service in Iraq. He's also the author of the memoir, It Happened on the Way to War, which covers the relationship between war fighting and peacemaking. He also wrote War Letters, Extraordinary Correspondence from American Wars. In 2017, he co-founded With Honor, a cross-partisan movement led by veterans focused on promoting and advancing principled veteran leadership to reduce polarization. Without further ado, it is my distinct honor to introduce Rai Barkat.
Good morning, Legion. How are you? Should we start off with a Marine Corps Daily 7 just to get our blood flowing? How about that? Neck rolls after me. I'll count the cadence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. How's that feel? Good? Hey, I really appreciate that introduction. I really appreciate the mention of my father. I lost him last year. He would have been very pleased to know about participating here with you all. I'm happy to be a lifelong, a life member of the Legion. My father taught me a lot, including the value of service. And God bless him and all of our Vietnam vets here. We appreciate you. I also appreciate hearing General Don Bacon, now U.S. Representative Don Bacon, speak a little bit beforehand. My organization, With Honor, which has been a great partner with the Legion, is focused on tackling what I think is maybe the largest problem that we face, at least in this town, if not our country, which is the polarization and dysfunction of our Congress. We've heard a little bit about that. We know a little bit about that. So what we've done organizationally is we've helped support, recruit, train, elect principled veterans like Don who have taken a pledge to serve across party lines and serve with integrity, civility, and courage. We're a small team. We've been around for about 5 years. We've helped support about 30 members now who participate in the 4-country caucus, this bipartisan caucus that Representative Bacon and Representative Jimmy Panetta established 4 years ago. That caucus has now passed over 79 laws in national security, national service, and veterans affairs, and we've teamed up with the Legion on many of those priorities, and we'll continue to do so. You know, as veterans here, it's no surprise, you all know these numbers, but it's important to reinforce them. It's important to tell others that don't quite recognize this, that not long ago, Congress used to be about 70% veterans. Now we're right around the 20% mark. For the first time this last cycle, that number actually went up a bit, and we're pleased that happened, and we're pleased to be a small part of that. But why does that matter? Obviously, it matters because it is a common bond. It is service. And if you're going to run again, or you're going to want to serve again, you need to have a service mentality in this type of work, especially if you're going to be committed to actually getting things done, being a workhorse like Congressman Don Bacon, like Congressman Jimmy Panetta, and others, these 30 members, and not a show horse that just picks the latest culture battle, throw a bomb, go raise small dollars off of it. Might be good for you. It's not good for the United States of America. I had an interesting moment. I'm new to this. After the Marine Corps, I served in Iraq with General Berger. He was my regimental commander. And got out, was able to pursue part of the American dream, thanks to having great parents like my father and mother, built a business with another Marine, sold part of that business, and then started with honor. I hadn't had any experience on the political side, and we had our annual conference. I know you all are getting ready to have your annual conference in my hometown of Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm looking forward to welcoming you all in August. But we had our annual conference, and at this annual conference, we had some folks. We were at the Army-Navy Country Club, and somebody came up to me and said, "Oh, it sounds like you all do some lobbying, some advocacy, in addition to the work that you do to help recruit and train veterans. What's your special interest?" I said, "What do you mean? What's our special interest?" Our special interest is the United States of America. That's what our special interest is. And that's what your special interest is. And that's why I'm proud to be a lifelong Legionnaire now and be partnered with you in this important work to move our country together. And let me give you some tangible examples. One that I'm really proud of, and we heard from Congressman Blumenauer a moment ago, is the Afghan Adjustment Act. Our linguists, whether it was in Afghanistan or Iraq, were in the most dangerous jobs next to our brave EOD guys, explosive ordnance disposal. In terms of casualties and killed in action, our linguists had the highest casualty rates. They were our partners. It was a debacle getting out of Afghanistan. We got some out. Now many of them are in a legal limbo. That's not right. That's not right, and this is a way to adjust it. And by the way, it's good for the United States of America. It's good for our economy. All right? So we're gonna push on that. We're gonna get that thing done, God willing, this year. And we heard about lots of other important initiatives. One that I want to just flag for you all right now is the Captain James C. Edge Gold Spouse Equity Act. This one speaks to me personally because I was in the same unit. I did not know him as Captain Edge when he was killed in action in Ramadi. He was 31 years old, company commander, serving for General Berger, who was then the commanding officer of 5th Marines. I want to read to you something his father wrote after he was killed in action. He said, "My son wanted to be a part of it, one who made decisions. He was an action guy, and he didn't want to be in the back row wondering what was going on in the front. So he went to the front and he made the ultimate sacrifice. And he had 2 daughters, aged 3 and 7. Imagine that. and his spouse is now told by the U.S. government, because she got remarried, that they're going to cut the survivor benefits. They're not many, but why do it? Some arbitrary governmental decision. Well, we can fix that, and we owe that to our sacred war dead and their dependents. And that's an issue that has bipartisan support, and that's an issue that we'll continue to work and get done, God willing, this year with you, our brethren, Legionnaires. It is great to be here with you. Please, let's continue to work together. Please support the representatives that are the workhorses, that are part of the four-country caucus, like Congressman Don Bacon, Congressman Jimmy Panetta. The two co-chairs for the four-country caucus this year will be together for a reception this evening after the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the CCP, which is led by a four-country caucus member, Mike Gallagher. The two caucus co-chairs this year are Congressman Jason Crow and Tony Gonzalez. They have trust, real trust across party lines that you don't see a lot in this town. And that is the building block to getting anything done. The vice chairs, Congresswoman Marionette Miller-Meeks and Mikey Sherrill, they trust each other. They talk together, and that's the building block that is so broken down in this town. That's what we're doing something about. Legionnaires, thank you. Keep at it. God bless.
Our next speaker was recently a White House guest of honor at President Biden's State of the Union address. She was born in Ukraine while it was still part of the Soviet Union. For 17 years, she worked in the private sector at an investment fund in Kyiv before transitioning to civil service in 2015. She then worked as the first deputy of finance, where she immensely reduced the government's debt and made the economy more friendly to startup businesses. In February 2021, when Russia invaded Ukraine, she was appointed Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. Shortly afterward, the American Legion unanimously passed Resolution Number 1, Statement on Ukraine, which urges the administration to continue the supply of lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukrainian forces. The bravery and valor shown by the people of Ukraine has been truly inspirational. Many armchair generals expected Ukraine's sovereignty to collapse within 12 days, never mind 12 months. Yet against the mighty Russian military machine, Ukraine still stands. It is flying its own flag over Kyiv. Our speaker embodies her people's spirit. It has now been almost a year since she has been appointed ambassador, and her bravery has not so much as quivered. Please give a warm American Legion welcome to Ambassador of Ukraine, Oksana Makarova.
Thank you, National Commander, for this very kind introduction. Chairman, dear Legionnaires, it was really good to start by doing this Marines exercise, so I'm all prepared for the It's really an honor to be here with you and speak at the American Legion's Commander Call. You are not only one of the oldest organizations. You are not only the organization of people of service and honor. You are the organization to which the people of Ukraine can relate to during the past 9 years, but especially during the past year when we are fighting a full-fledged war. Last week, when there were a number of activities around here, everywhere in the United States, definitely in Ukraine and everywhere, to reflect on the one-year mark after Russian Federation attacked us from north, east, after we have started defending our country from a brutal, almost World War I type of war everywhere in Ukraine. And today is the 370th day of that fight, 370th day of atrocities, hardships, 370 days of bravery of Ukrainian servicemen. And we stand for 370 days because we are fortunate to have our armed forces. And we are so fortunate to have 400,000 veterans before this phase of the war, who we knew at the first day would go and defend the country. And that's what happened. So we know and we adore our servicemen and our veterans. We are also very thankful to the American Legion. The support and your strong voice that you have provided to us have been irreplaceable, and we really value it a lot. Right after the February invasion, we were very honored to see the resolution, the emergency resolution that you have passed. And that document underscored your extreme concern about the horrific consequences that occurred during the war. You have stressed that there's absolutely no justification for the Russia aggression, which we all know, but we are very happy that you felt it so strongly right at the beginning. And that also you called for all the efforts to establish peace. Nobody wants just peace more than Ukrainians. But we also know that we want to live in a free, independent country. And we cannot live under occupation. And our motto from the previous century, live free or die, we literally live by it right now. So as much as we want just peace, we will fight until we win, in order to liberate our territories, in order to free our people, in order to stop the horrible atrocities that happen everywhere where Russians still occupy parts of our country. I also want to thank all the legionnaires who also, in addition to the strong voices of support, engaged in specific help to Ukrainians everywhere. And I will not mention specific posts, because there are so many of you who have done amazing help, from launching the Ukrainian Refugee Online Academy, to collecting and generating money to help Ukrainians here, but also sending so much needed supply and gear to our fighters back home. But thank you very much. Thank you for this support. I know that we can count on you, and I know you feel this fight, because you represent the best part of Americans who are fighting for freedom on the front lines every day, because this is important. This is important not only for Ukraine, as we discuss on a regular basis. It's existential for us. It's existential for us to defend us as the sovereign country, and we never did anything to provoke Russia. Russia's idea to restore whatever they are restoring, whether it's Soviet Empire or Russian Empire, whatever evil empire they're trying to restore, is the only reason for them to attack us. We only wanted to be peaceful. We always wanted to be part of European Union and NATO, and we always wanted just to be home and run our country like we want to run it. Elect our officials, change them regularly, be a vibrant democracy, and just grow bread and raise our children. But again, you know, just to quote your great Marines again, nobody wants to fight, but somebody has to know how. Now we, all Ukrainians, have to know how to fight, and we will fight until we win. We have started this winning already. We have won when our brave president, on the first day of this invasion, said, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here and I will fight with my country." We have won already when we have liberated Kyiv Oblast and Kharkiv Oblast and Kherson, and we can liberate the whole Ukraine. We already won when we have proven that our faith is stronger than our fear. And of course it's scary. Of course, to see, you know, the tortures and civilians being killed and houses being destroyed and schools and hospitals and indiscriminate bombing of the infrastructure everywhere. It's scary. But to be not free, to live under occupation, is much scarier. So we know there is no other chance for us than to win. And we are grateful for all your support. We know how strong your voice is, not only here in the capital, but everywhere in the United States. Please continue explaining to people why winning for Ukraine is very important for all of us. Why fighting for the values of freedom, democracy, fighting for the values of human dignity is so important. Why telling an aggressive nuclear, authoritarian state, that they cannot redraw the borders with a brutal force in the 21st century is very important. And together with your support, with overwhelming bipartisan support by US Congress, with support from the American President Biden and his administration, and most importantly, with the support of American people who feel this fight, who knows this fight, who believe in the same values, I'm positive will help us to win this and return to what we Ukrainians like to do most: grow food, raise children. God bless America, and thank you for all your support. Please do more, and I don't think a stronger friendship than between our veterans and veterans here in this country that will emerge from this and will be a basis for our long-term strategic friendship. Thank you, and have a great day.
Our next guest is a distinguished university professor of psychology, president emeritus, and director of the Rudd Institute for Veterans and Military Suicide Prevention at the University of Memphis. He earned his bachelor's degree in psychology from Princeton University and his master's degree in psychology at the University of Texas at Austin. He served during the Gulf War in the U.S. Army. Since then, our guest has dedicated his career to studying suicide prevention, focusing on the active duty military and veteran populations. Today, we are grateful to have him as an official spokesperson for the American Legion Be the One campaign, where he talks about his own career, helping veterans struggling with mental health issues, and why veterans groups are an important part of helping them overcome psychological and emotional challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. David Rudd.
Thank you. What a pleasure to be here with you today to talk about a critical campaign, the Be the One campaign, that targets suicide prevention. And I would argue for you, this campaign is important not just for the Legion, but for the entire country. It creates an opportunity to set an example of how to address a remarkably difficult problem of suicide in the military and in the veteran population, one that has persisted now for years. And this is a problem that has continued to get more difficult and more challenging over the course of the last 2 decades of conflict in the U.S. You know, I would share a couple of really straightforward thoughts with you. This campaign is an opportunity to raise the voice about the challenges and the cost of conflict. And it's an opportunity to recognize and understand the reality of the emotional consequences of conflict and the emotional consequences of service, and to do that in a way that starts a conversation and allows us simply to talk about the problem. Oftentimes, just talking about the problem helps. Acknowledging the reality of the problem makes an incredible difference. You can go back and look over the course of the last number of decades, and not just the Department of Defense, but the National Institutes of Health and others have spent tens of millions of dollars investigating, studying this problem, trying to understand this problem, and ultimately, really what we've learned are a couple of significant things. That simple things save lives and make a significant difference. The biggest challenge that we face is stigma. The idea that any emotional vulnerability, the idea that any emotional consequence to exposure to service, to exposure to combat, to exposure to trauma is somehow an individual failure or an individual weakness. And what the Be the One campaign allows an opportunity for the Legion to do, and to really to set the stage more broadly at a national level, is that those challenges, those issues are a normal consequence of exposure to very unusual circumstances, and that there's always an emotional cost and there's always an emotional consequence. That helps undermine the idea of stigma. It helps people recognize and acknowledge that they're having difficulty. What we know is that if you have difficulty, the longer you wait to pursue it, the more complicated it gets to resolve it, the more complicated it gets to solve it. And so if you look in this country from the onset of problems to when somebody actually steps forward and says, I need some assistance, I need some help, the average delay is about 11 years. Those problems linger for 11 years, become more complicated and more difficult. And so I would really encourage you that this campaign is a wonderful opportunity to undermine stigma, and it's an opportunity to take on the other significant challenge, which is treatment hesitancy. The idea that I know that I should do something, but I really don't believe the treatment is going to be effective for me. I would tell you that over the course of the last decade in particular, we have found very effective treatments. The challenge is to get people that need them to actually use them. And that really is that is a part of what stigma does, is it prevents people from pursuing the treatments that we know that work, that we know that make a difference, that we know that not just improve lives, but they save lives. And finally, I would offer you a few thoughts around the notion of simple things save lives. If you distill all of this down to some very straightforward things, what we've come to understand is an expression of caring and concern. That's what makes a difference. That when somebody voices thoughts about life not being worth living, when somebody voices thoughts about suicide, simply allowing them the opportunity to express that emotional upset and to respond in a caring, compassionate way. What you and I and what every one of us need are other people in our lives that care about us, that support us in times of need, and help us find solutions to complicated, difficult problems. And I would encourage you that this is a problem that is solvable. This is a problem that we can make progress on, but we have failed to do the very fundamental things we've needed to do, and that is undermine stigma, make it acceptable and recognizable that we expect that people will have difficulty, and then to make services available for those that are struggling. That's what we're now doing. That's what the Be the One campaign does. And I would congratulate you on supporting the campaign. I would encourage you to embrace the full potential that the campaign represents. It has remarkable potential to move things forward in a very significant way, not just for the Legion, but for the country at a broader level, to share some very simple, powerful, effective messages, and messages that don't just make lives better, but messages that save lives. And so I would leave you with one final thought, is the idea that simple things save lives. And when somebody creates the opportunity to share with you, and it takes remarkable courage to do that, to share vulnerability, that if we respond and if we support, it can make an enormous difference. So thank you for what you're doing. I am proud to be a part of it, and would encourage you to embrace the full potential and opportunity that this has. God bless. Thank you.
Hoorah! Hey, Marines, did I say that right? Well, if I didn't, our next speaker will set me straight. He currently serves as the Director for the Capabilities Development Directorate at Headquarters Marine Corps down the road in Quantico, Virginia. His previous operational assignments include Commanding Officer of Marine Aircraft Group 24 in Hawaii, Director of CJ-17 for Special Operations Joint Task Force in Afghanistan, and several other combat operational deployments. He attended Carnegie Mellon University on a Navy ROTC scholarship and earned his master's degree from the Marine Corps Command and Staff College and the Naval War College. In June 2021, he completed his Advanced Management Program degree at Harvard Business School. Please welcome Brigadier General Stephen Lightfoot.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Do you mind if I move this real quick? Can I put this here and then bring it back? All right. Well, thank you, American Legion, and sir, you got it right. Hoorah! That's how you say it. So you did a fantastic job. So I want to say thank you to the American Legion, and especially fellow Marine and friend, Sergeant Major Mario Marquez, which I think I see him out here somewhere. But it is truly an honor to be here today. When presented with the opportunity to speak to our nation's heroes, I simply couldn't say no. I'm grateful for the commitment and sacrifice that you all have made in the defense of our great nation. Those that came before us laid the foundation upon which we serve today. Many of you in this room served alongside me and helped in place the pillars which sit upon that foundation. When my time is up, which according to my knees and back isn't too far away, when my time is up and the next generation goes from bars to stars, the United States military will remain the world's most lethal fighting force. I trust that the next generation will add sturdy walls and a roof to the structure of freedom that made our country the greatest in the world. I commend you for your contributions and service. It is truly an honor to stand before you right now. So who I am and what do I do? As the Director of Capabilities Development, it is my responsibility to flesh out future capabilities and requirements for the United States Marine Corps and present options to the Deputy Commandant for Combat Development and Integration. Simply put, before a new rifle gets in the hands of Marines, what does that rifle need to do? Before an unmanned aerial vehicle is flying overhead in a combat zone, what does that UAV need to be able to do? And what is the composition of the future infantry battalion? And what do they need to accomplish the mission? Those are the things that I try to do for our Commandant at Headquarters Marine Corps. My team works very closely with our Navy counterparts and the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory and provide direction regarding our future operating concepts and employment of equipment that support our nation's most valuable asset, the individual Marine warfighter. A quick update on force design. As many here are aware, over the past 3 years, the Marine Corps made an assertive, aggressive shift back to our naval and amphibious roots. The Commandant and several of his predecessors acknowledged that the Corps was not organized, trained, or equipped for the emerging threat. Powerful admissions for a warfighting organization that prides itself on being prepared to accomplish any mission. So we began force design activities focused on adapting capabilities to properly shape the Marine Corps' contributions to the Naval Expeditionary Force and the Joint Force writ large. We are creating a modernized design that incorporates emerging technologies and changes in force structure to deliver a Marine Corps the nation needs and demands. Through our forward posture and globally persistent presence, we provide the Joint Force and our allies with the ability for stand-in forces and persist inside an adversary's weapons engagement zone, seize and defend key maritime terrain, including sea lines of communication, and immediately respond to global crises. That's our value proposition, tailored to best handle the pacing threat in a principal theater, yet remain a globally responsive force. As a combined joint force, we must gain and maintain a competitive edge against the rapid advances of our peer adversaries, most notably the Chinese Communist Party. Not because we seek conflict with China, but because their military has set a pace of technological and military development across all domains that simply cannot be ignored. To do this, we are focusing our activities on expeditionary warfare in actively contested spaces, fully aligning the service with the National Defense Strategy, Force design is focused on our contribution to the joint and partnered force. One of the recurring questions or themes throughout the force design process has been, what can we do to enable the fleet and the Joint Force Commander? As our nation expects, the Marine Corps, when partnered with the Navy, is uniquely capable of expeditionary and amphibious operations. The future Fleet Marine Force requires a transformation, a modernization, with a focus on new organic capabilities that will allow the Navy and Marine Corps to restore the strategic initiative, and to define the future of maritime conflict by capitalizing on new capabilities to first deter conflict, and if that fails, dominate inside the enemy's weapon engagement zone. All of these changes support the Naval Expeditionary Force and the Joint Partner Force in all domains, inside and outside the First Island chain. We are confident that the substance of our redesign effort, as well as our pace, will impose significant cost on potential adversaries across the spectrum of active campaigning, integrated deterrence, and conflict when required. Let's talk a little bit about people. As the operating concepts and force structure change, one thing remains constant: the quality of your Marines. We continue to produce tough, resilient, and lethal Marines. As the Director for Capabilities and Requirements, my focus is to ensure we provide your Marines with what they need to fight and win in any climate and place for any mission. We're a people-centric organization. We can have the best concepts, the ideal structure, and the right equipment. We can get everything else right, but it won't work if we can't recruit the best and retain the right young men and women. The primary ingredient for our success remains the individual Marine. Our young Marines remain our asymmetric advantage against any adversary. And this is why your Marine Corps is focusing significant effort on recruiting, talent management, training and education, and retaining the best Marines for the future fight. The men and women we send into harm's way are some of the best and brightest our nation has to offer. The devil dogs we send to bring hell to the devil's doorstep or hope to the hopeless are the epitome of what our nation has stood for since our founding. They volunteer to serve our country, they take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and they eagerly put their flak and Kevlar on every single day to train for the worst this world has to offer. Across the entire spectrum of conflict, from training to combat, we may see casualties. From charging into weather-beaten cities to distribute necessities to laying the groundwork for rebuilding, we may see casualties. What we do is inherently dangerous. Five-time Navy Cross awardee, Lieutenant General Lewis Chesty Puller once said, "Old breed, new breed. There's not a damn bit of difference as long as it's the Marine breed." This remains true to this day. I recently met with the United States Naval Academy graduating class of 2023 in Annapolis, Maryland. 260 of the 1,000 graduates, or soon-to-be graduates, have chosen to join the Marine Corps. And of those 260, 75 of them have chosen Marine aviation. I have to say, that's a good choice. Each and every one of our soon-to-be second lieutenants was intelligent, articulate, and eager to serve our nation. My driver, Corporal Jesus Cortez, a stellar Motor T Marine, recently re-enlisted for another 4 years and will depart D.C. for Camp Pendleton, California next month. He isn't here today because he's at the rifle range putting steel on target. That's the right thing to do. And I would say again, moving from D.C. to California, good choice. I remain consistently impressed by the level of education of our young Marines and their willingness to lean forward in a dynamically changing world. They are thinking about and problem solving way ahead of when I was in their boots. The next fight will require Marines to think critically, operate in violent, volatile, comms-degraded environments, requiring him or her to sense and make sense with limited C2, command and control, and make decisions in an uncertain environment. We expect a lot of our service members, and the future fight will be no different. Our future remains bright because our people remain our strength. And for as long as I can remember, when things get dangerous, the American Legion has been there for us. When VA healthcare was lacking, untimely, and confusing, the American Legion was there. When our female veterans lacked access to imaging services and modern technology, the American Legion was there. When members of the greatest generation needed medical services and nursing home care, the American Legion was there. As our veterans from Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom struggled to transition back from combat, struggled with mental health, struggled with rejoining the civilian workforce, and struggled with exposure concerns and benefits, the American Legion was there. Even though you may not wear the uniform anymore, which for you Army folks has been at least 20 different camo prints. I can say that. I can say it. I'm the son of an airman and the grandson of a command sergeant major in the Army, and he said I could say that. So, but your service has not stopped. Your service to this country has never waned, and your dedication to supporting our nation's warfighters remains resolute. I'm a firm believer in the power of strong relationships. Strong relationships increase communication, and with good communication, we can accomplish more faster. This is applicable within our own service, and even more so when considering the joint and partnered forces we operate with, but also critically important with veterans groups such as yours. The next major conflict will not be the USMC versus China. It will 100% be a joint and partnered force bringing the hammer down on those that seek to do us and our allies harm. The bottom line is relationships matter a lot. Relationships eliminate stovepipes, and as a nation, we can't afford to operate in isolated echo chambers. Particularly considering the geopolitical landscape we are facing today. Anyone who thought the world was becoming a safer place has certainly experienced a life-altering wake-up with Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And I have to say, I really appreciated the ambassador's comments early today. I'm really proud that we're able to assist the Ukraine in their mission. With the interconnectedness of the globe today, our planet is at a real inflection point. And I'm convinced that we are at a critical intersection in our nation's journey. And I'm also certain we will not get a second chance to get it right. Our ability to project power and promote deterrence is multiplied tenfold when combined with strong global relationships. These relationships not only provide combat power, but more importantly, access. Our ability to move, resupply, and close gaps quickly are dependent upon our relationships and communication with our allies and partners. We improve relationships through continued exchange programs that include educating and embedding liaisons. I happen to have 12 liaison officers in the building that I work in Quantico, Virginia. We also improve relationships by coming to events like this, to engage openly about what we are doing and why we are doing it. For the next generation to succeed, it will require those serving now to join veterans groups like the American Legion to ensure service members' best interests are being fought for at all levels of government. The American Legion has been there for us and will continue to be there for us. So what do we need going forward? There are three main lessons learned from my experience at combat development and integration. The first is time. We cannot wait. Our enemy is not waiting. We can't modernize fast enough. We must accelerate faster than the pacing threat. The caveat to this is that we can't move so fast that we are sloppy. We must continue to war game, experiment, evaluate, and embrace fleet feedback to ensure we get this right. Lessons learned must be documented to ensure we inform future decisions correctly. A limiting factor for time is 10 years of continuous fiscal budget continuing resolutions. Sounds terrible, right? It gets worse. The federal government has operated under CRs in all but 3 of the last 46 years. This limits our ability to modernize faster and is a massive challenge we must overcome as a nation to increase our pace. Our adversaries don't have these problems and have become the pacing threat we cannot ignore. The second lesson learned is the importance of amphibious warfare ships and littoral maneuver. The National Defense Strategy clearly directs the Department of Defense to focus on China as the pacing threat to U.S. national security. Most experts consider that problem, look at a map, and conclude the area of influence and the vastness of the Pacific demand a significant naval capability. Makes sense. A naval capability necessary to deter aggression, reassure our allies, maintain freedom of navigation and access to key shipping lanes, and a naval capability with credible warfighting capacity to win in conflict. We need amphibious warfare ships and littoral maneuver to do this. Amphibious warfare ships provide fleet and joint force commanders with credible deterrence, support active campaigning strategies, and offer an option for the rapid aggregation of forward, tailored, and ready forces to respond to crisis and conflict. Amphibious warfare ships with an embarked Marine Expeditionary Unit, our smallest Marine Air Ground Task Force, as one of the most versatile and capable forces at a combatant commander's disposal. So much so that the Amphibious Readiness Group, Marine Expeditionary Unit, aka MUARG, is often referred to as a Swiss Army knife because of the vast array of missions it can perform. As sovereign U.S. territory, amphibious warfare ships offer a sea-based platform to conduct a wide array of military missions. A few examples of U.S. Marines operating from L-class ships over the past decade include evacuating U.S. embassies in Libya and Yemen, reinforcing the embassy in Iraq, rescuing a downed Air Force pilot in Libya, putting artillery units ashore to bombard ISIS in Syria, and most recently, Marines from the 24th MU were the first on the ground to support the Afghanistan evacuation. We must maintain at least 31 traditional amphibious warfare ships to remain our nation's premier global crisis response force. Naval Expeditionary Stand-in Forces provide critical enablers to joint force operations. Those forces require littoral mobility, maneuver, and sustainment. The medium landing ship is designed to provide organic shore-to-shore movement in an archipelagic environment. We need a minimum of 35 to accomplish our missions to support the National Defense Strategy. The third lesson learned is the unique recruiting environment all services find themselves in today. According to the DoD, less than a quarter of Americans of prime recruiting age are eligible to serve in the military. Think about that. What that translates to is that all services are in pursuit of a very small percentage of our population. In 2020, approximately 0.73% of Americans were serving in the military, less than 1% of our population. There are more Americans serving time in prison than serving in our military. So what does this mean to you? We need you to engage with our nation's youth. We need you to talk about your experience. Talk about the value, the purpose, the camaraderie, and the adventure of serving your country. As an attack pilot who has flown in 3 combat tours and flown the President of the United States in Marine One, I've certainly enjoyed and appreciated the opportunities that serving our country brings. And my wonderful family enjoys being part of the Marine Corps as well. So I ask of you, please provide that spark, that motivation to ask a question and seek out a recruiter. You could change that individual's life. Once we welcome recruits into our ranks, it will be our job to ensure we train and retain the absolute best. The operating concepts we will employ require our junior enlisted to be more highly trained than ever before. They will be more lethal, experienced, and versatile in tomorrow's operating environment. Expeditionary Advanced Base Operations, nested inside the Navy's Distributed Maritime Operations concept, will see Marines and sailors operating in small teams in communications-restricted or degraded environments, inside the enemy's weapons engagement zone, with a lethal organic arsenal to bring pain and doubt to our enemy's forces. Our units must be small, light, and mobile. capable of moving every 24 to 48 hours along the first island chain. And to succeed, we need to continue to build from the very best our nation has to offer. In closing, it's been an honor to be here with you this morning. Thank you for your service and your continued support to our veterans. God bless you all and our nation, and Semper Fidelis.
Oh, this is you. Okay. It is a privilege of mine to introduce our next guest. She serves as the Special Assistant to the President of the United States for Veterans Affairs, Domestic Policy Council. She is nationally recognized as an expert in veteran and mental health policy. Born in upstate New York, she graduated from Boston University and received her master's degree from American University. She has spent a career working with the Rand Corporation, where she led several landmark studies on service members, veterans, their families, and caregivers. She has studied veteran suicide, sexual assault, and mental health. Over the years, she has performed evidence-based policy and has more than 100 peer-reviewed publications. Please give a warm welcome to Terry Tenillian.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you to the National Commander for that kind introduction and for the invitation to join you here today. I'm honored to be here with you today in my role as Special Assistant to the President for Veterans Affairs. As someone who has been studying the issues that impact service members, veterans, and their families for nearly 20 years, I was honored and humbled by the appointment of President Biden, and I feel an enormous sense of duty to honor all of you and your families each day in my role. Throughout my professional career, I've had the pleasure of working alongside advocates and legionnaires, whether it was presenting to the TBI and PTS ad hoc committee about my research on the invisible wounds of war, or being interviewed, reviewing your data collection instruments, or reading through the findings for the Many Systems Worth Saving reports. I valued learning from and contributing to the work of the American Legion on behalf of our nation's veterans. Like many others in the veteran policy arena, my journey into this work came with a personal connection, albeit one I don't always wear on my sleeve. I grew up in a small town in upstate New York, a blue-collar community reliant upon the paper industry. I am the granddaughter of 2 World War II veterans and the daughter of a Vietnam-era veteran who served in the U.S. Navy and Navy Reserves before I was born, and I was the first in my family to attend college. While military service was part of my family's history, neither of my grandfathers nor my father spoke much about their experiences. It wasn't until I began to study the impact of deployments on those who served in Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield that I came to know the many ways in which military service can impact a family. I knew of VA, but only because my dad was service-connected and received a monthly compensation check for years. And it was thanks to the VA guaranteed home loan that my parents were able to afford their first home when I was 11. Following his service, my father went on to work as an emergency medical technician, a police officer, and a volunteer firefighter. Public service defined his life. Even after he retired from law enforcement after 20 years, he took a job at the U.S. Postal Service, wearing what would become his last uniform. His sense of duty is likely what drove me to also want to serve others. President Biden believes our country's most sacred obligation is preparing and equipping the troops we send into harm's way, and then caring for them and their families when they return home. Driving forward with President Biden's personal commitment to this obligation is the primary focus of my role at the White House. One of the first and more pressing priorities that President Biden identified early on in the administration was veteran suicide. And when the president named this a priority, I knew I was in the right place at the right time, because this is an issue I have been working my entire career to address. We know that far too many of our nation's veterans and service members have died by suicide. You all know the statistics, and over the past decade, more veterans have died by suicide than have died from combat in the Vietnam War and the global war on terror combined. While there is no single cause or single solution, we know that every suicide is preventable. In November 2021, the White House unveiled a new comprehensive strategy to reduce military and veteran suicide. The strategy is built around 5 key priorities. First, improving lethal means safety by helping to put time and space between someone in crisis and the means of self-harm, including medications and firearms. Second, enhancing crisis care by ensuring that all providers are trained in delivering culturally competent, evidence-based care in crisis settings. This includes in call centers, mobile response units, and emergency departments. The third priority is increasing access to effective care. You heard from Dr. Rudd already. We do have effective treatments. We need to reduce barriers for people to get help, train all providers and responders in the appropriate treatment methods, and ensure parity in access to mental health benefits for all. The fourth priority is to address upstream risk and protective factors by supporting programs in the community that improve economic opportunity, build skills, and promote connection for service members, veterans, and their families. And finally, a priority to increase research coordination, data sharing, and evaluation by ensuring that we learn lessons and translate new findings into practice quickly so that we can save lives. The administration recognizes that suicide is a complex problem, one that requires a comprehensive approach, one that leaves no stone unturned, but is built on a foundation of science, an approach that harnesses the full breadth of the federal government in close collaboration with states, territories, tribes, and local governments. We also acknowledge that implementation requires close partnership with non-governmental organizations, including veteran service organizations, military support organizations, and especially the American Legion. In his State of the Union address this year, the President spoke directly about the need to improve suicide prevention programs in our community. And he announced new steps that we would be taking to expand support, address upstream risk factors like financial and legal issues that face our veterans, and provide new federal resources to states and territories to help them implement actions at home as well. I am so grateful that suicide prevention is a high priority for the Legion, not just because of my role in the work that I do professionally, but also because it's personal. You see, in 1999, my father became one of the veteran suicide statistics. Losing a loved one to suicide leaves not just an empty chair at the table, but many unanswered questions of what more you could have done to fix the systems that missed the signs and let him fall through the cracks. More must be done to ensure veterans have the resources and support they need when and where they need them, and especially before they experience a crisis. So on behalf of all families who have lost a veteran to suicide, and on behalf of the administration that is working like hell to improve prevention and treatment, I say thank you. As the President has committed, the Biden administration will remain focused on supporting veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. We owe you and your families nothing less. And as President Biden often reminds me, we can and must do more. Thank you again for the invitation to join you today, and I really look forward to working alongside you in the months to come. Thank you.
Legionnaires, it gives me great pleasure this morning to introduce a great friend of the American Legion. He has worked in D.C. for over 20 years. He started as a professional staff member on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and then served as a senior policy advisor. In 2007, He joined the Obama campaign as his senior policy advisor. After President Obama was elected, our guest served in numerous national security roles, including White House Chief of Staff. In 2021, he was confirmed by Congress as the 11th Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Legion family, please join me in welcoming Secretary Dennis McDonough.
Well, thanks for that very kind introduction. And let me just start with some shout outs to three great leaders, Christopher Carlton, Vicky Kautz, and Shenin Nuntavong. They're the glue that make this great organization run and that bring our partnership to life. So thank you for everything. I also want to thank you for something we'll do in a minute, which is recognizing two exemplary VA leaders, Dr. Patricia Dickman and Mr. Gobind Tarshand, both of the Minneapolis VA healthcare system, as the 2022 Physician and Healthcare Provider of the Year. I'm very proud of them, yes, as Minnesotans, of course, and as representatives of the finest workforce in the federal government, our VA team. They demonstrate the highest level of commitment, dedication, and empathy in their work with veterans, and we're lucky to have them on the VA team. Let me also just begin by saying thank you to each and every Legionnaire for your service, your devotion to vets, and for our partnership in serving them as well as they have served us, serving you as well as you have served us. These past 2 years, we have delivered more care and more benefits to more vets than at any other time in our history, thanks to many people, including each and every one of you in this room. We're going to keep fighting like hell for vets together, for all vets, to give them the best possible outcomes. And we're looking forward to collaborating even more effectively, to build on what's working and to fix what's not. I want to focus on our partnership because we at VA have no more important partner than the Legion. But first, allow me a moment to tell you a quick story. I was reading a tribute to President Jimmy Carter this past weekend, who, along with his family, of course, is in our prayers. In it, I read about how President Carter came from a long line of vets, going back to his first ancestors to settle in Georgia during the Revolutionary War, extending all the way to his father's service in World War I. That history led him to apply to the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis at the height of the Second World War. It led him to volunteer to join the Navy's fledgling nuclear submarine program. President Carter planned to make a career in the Navy, but was forced to resign to take over the family's farm after the unexpected death of his father. I tell all of this because the next part of President Carter's story immediately stood out to me. What I learned is that one of the first things he did when he returned home, one of the very first things he did when he returned home, was to join the local American Legion post, the one that his father had been a member of. American Legion Post number 2 in Americus, the first post established in the state of Georgia. President Carter spent his life proud to have worn the uniform as a sailor in the United States Navy, and proud to have worn the same American Legion cap that I see on so many of you. He found a community in the American Legion at a time when his life had been turned upside down. I know that has been the case for each of you in this room and for generations of vets before you and generations of vets to come. In fact, the history of community building, of taking care of fellow veterans during some of the most difficult challenges, continues in American Legion posts in Georgia and across the country today. I saw that Georgia's American Legion 1st District held a retreat this past November, centered on your Be the One campaign to reduce the rate of veteran suicide by eliminating the stigma associated with mental health treatment. This event was a place for Legionnaires to get together, to create camaraderie, and to share their own stories. The retreat was the idea of Georgia's 1st District Commander, Casey Nash, who earned multiple combat action badges and a Purple Heart following multiple post 9/11 deployments. Casey was a survivor of suicide herself. Casey credits the community she discovered through the Legion with helping her recover, helping her find a sense of purpose again, with helping save her life. Today, she's building that community for dozens of other veterans in her area, sharing stories and supporting one another in the moments when it matters the most. So I thank you, each of you, again. The impact you have on behalf of veterans, the community and camaraderie that you build every single day is inspiring. This is what our work is all about, getting the job done for vets together, whether that means providing the best care in the world, the benefits they've earned, or a dignified, lasting resting place that honors their service and sacrifice. So when you hear from a vet who needs something, I want your first call to be to us. I want your first call to be to me. Together we can solve problems with full transparency, holding nothing back, continuing to build trust by telling the whole story. Look, we're proud of our accomplishments, but we're going to be candid about our failings. Candid with ourselves, with you, with other vets, and with the American people. We still can, in fact, must be better and do better for the vets we serve. So let me touch on 3 goals: more care, more benefits, more vets. First, with care. Over the last 2 years, we've delivered more care to more vets than at any time in our nation's history. In just the past year, vets had 73 million outpatient appointments at VA and 37 million more outpatient appointments with community care providers in their towns and in their cities. Meanwhile, we've seen a staggering 3,000% increase in virtual home visits since 2020, over 23 million total in that time frame. And in the midst of such revolutionary change in how we deliver care, vets continue to tell us that they trust us. On average, for outpatient care, trust is hovering around 90%, including among historically marginalized vets. All of you in this room help us earn and maintain that trust every single day. But we need to build more of it, especially with our women vets who are trusting us at a lower level, about 87%. And we need to significantly improve trust with our younger post 9/11 vets, like Rye Barcroft, who I just saw. Across the board, the younger the vet, the less they trust us. To build that trust, we need to make their care experience better and more effective, no matter if it's in the community or whether it's in the direct care system. And we need your help, our strong partnership, to strengthen our networks, making sure that our network members help us coordinate care for vets. Because VA doesn't always get the community care records back in a timely manner. Sometimes we don't get the records back at all. It means we can't coordinate the vet's care. It means we can't manage the cost of that care. It means that the care gets less effective while it gets more expensive. The trend should be just the opposite. More effective care delivered less expensively. Now, one reason the community care is sometimes slow is because we need to do our job and we need more staff to do it. And I'll hit hiring in a minute. But I want to ask you to sit down with community providers in our network and in your states and in your communities to get their help. We need them to sign up for our health share referral management system, the technology we have that will improve communications, coordination, and medical documentation sharing between VA and private providers. And if not health share, there's the Joint Legacy Viewer, there's eFax, and of course, there's the U.S. Postal Service. We need them to use VA's request for service process to meet any additional needs for our vets. And we need them to make it clear and transparent in how they do that so that we can all do a better job. Another place we have to deepen our partnership is on our #1 clinical priority: mental health and suicide prevention. We all have to be there for our vets when it matters most, especially in times of crisis. 2 years ago, we failed a Marine, Major Ian Fishback, because we didn't carefully coordinate our response to his needs across federal, local, county, and state lines. I can update you today that we spent the last year among VA Office of Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, in Vision 10, and with the Michigan State authorities, so we're better positioned to ensure that a vet isn't responsible for managing complex government bureaucracies. We're responsible for that. We have to do that for all vets. And this is the charge the President gave us in the State of the Union this year. Vets need and deserve suicide prevention solutions that meet them where they are, rather than taking a one-size-fits approach. So I want to quickly run through 5 solutions that we're pursuing on this critical challenge. First, we just announced the final round of prizes for our Mission Daybreak Challenge, totaling nearly $20 million across 40 teams to build proven new solutions developed by Americans in communities across the country. These investments will help develop innovations that will save vets' lives. Second, we announced today the next round of funding opportunities for the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grants. These are getting resources to local suicide prevention services where vets are, funding local innovations among the people who know their vets best. Third, we launched Suicide Prevention 2.0, designed to recruit, hire, and train more than 100 licensed mental health providers serving veterans at high risk of suicide. At VA, as in every healthcare system in the country, we're badly in need of additional trained mental health care specialists. Fourth, we're significantly expanding VA coverage through the Compact Act, opening doors of emergency care when vets need it most to access any healthcare facility, VA or not, for free emergency mental health care coverage. Finally, we've brought on over 1,300 peer support specialists. These peer support specialists are all vets, trained to use their personal experiences with their own recovery to help struggling fellow vets reconnect, find a sense of belonging, and access resources at VA in their communities. Look, here's what we know after decades of experience with 12-step programs, something that all of our families, surely mine, is familiar with. Recovery takes work every single day. Every day, it takes recognition of a higher power. And we also know that nothing helps one's recovery quite like helping out someone else who's struggling, fighting through recovery, through everyday challenges. Vets helping vets long after they take off the uniform. There's nothing better than that. There's nothing more effective than that. And nobody does that better than the American Legion. Now, I know that's a lot, but suicide prevention is a critical goal, and we will stop at nothing until we get to 0 veteran suicides. And with all this work and more, saving lives is exactly what we're going to do. Together, we will do it. Now let me touch on how we're partnering VA and the American Legion to get more benefits to more veterans. Right now we're delivering more benefits more quickly to more vets than ever before, but we can do better. And Legionnaires are helping us get there. Legionnaires like Chris Earl, who's doing so in a very creative way. Before enlisting in the Marine Corps, Chris was a professional video gamer. He saw many of his friends struggling as they transitioned out of the military, so in 2020, he decided to create his own video game community for veterans, active duty service members, and their families. The kind of community they developed in the military. Today, it's the largest of its kind in the country with nearly 20,000 members. Chris teamed up with the Legion, collaborating in a few different ways, including wildly successfully in online gaming tournaments for vets. In this community, veterans started asking each other questions about how to use VA care, how to get VA benefits. The camaraderie they built over video game competitions has turned into trust, willingness to ask tough questions, personal questions from virtual friends living on opposite sides of the country. Chris estimated that his channel receives around 100 questions a week about VA benefits, many from veterans under 30. So another Legionnaire, Jeremy Wolfsteller, an Army combat veteran and benefit service officer out of Minnesota, hosted a VA assistance workshop on this online community through Twitch, a live streaming platform for gamers. This kind of thinking, how to be a conduit to communities and the VA, to share information and answer questions, is such a great way to connect to younger veterans. Connecting younger veterans to service officers through on-gaming video game communities. It's exactly the kind of mutually supportive veteran community the American Legion has built throughout its history, now redesigned for the digital age. It helps build trust in VA where we need it most, with younger vets who may be suspicious of VA or heard horror stories of wait times and bureaucracy. Together, the Legion and VA can build a responsive claims process that vets deserve and that they can trust. Because I know we at VA still have a lot of work to do to meet our responsibility to veterans today. I tell you this because we're well on our way to doing it. Last year, we set an all-time record with over 1.7 million claims. And we're on our pace to break that record this year. Just since the PACT Act was signed last August, a law that was signed because of the tireless work of the American Legion, veterans and survivors have filed more than 1 million claims, over 24% more than the same period a year ago. To date, we've awarded 103,000 toxic exposure claims out of 128,000 that we've reviewed. Again, thanks to your help, in part because you made such a strong presence across the country during our PACT Act week of engagement last December. And we have to make sure every vet knows about these new toxic exposure claims. Here's why. A vet exposed to herbicides while serving in Thailand in the early 70s have been trying to get service connection for Parkinson's, diabetes mellitus type 2, and peripheral neuropathy for 7 years. All his previous claims and appeals have been denied. Then on the first day of this year, the first day we granted PACT Act benefits, that vet was granted service connection for 13 disabilities. That's because the PACT Act added a presumptive for his service in Thailand. For him, that's a retroactive and monthly benefit that will go a long way to supporting his well-being for the rest of his life. So help us tell your vets. 1, apply for toxic exposure benefits and care now. Applying before August 10th this year means that benefits awarded will be backdated to August 10th last year, the day the President signed the act. Second, enrolled vets should get a toxic exposure screening at their VA medical center. Nearly 2 million vets already have. And if those vets aren't enrolled, let's get them enrolled. Third, some vets worry that applying for toxic exposure benefits will impact their current benefits. The truth is that with the PACT Act, they're 32 times more likely to see their benefits increase or stay the same than to see a decrease. Fourth, there are people trying to convince vets that they need to hire a lawyer or pay somebody to get their VA benefits. That ain't true. Working directly with VA, working with the Legion, it's free and it's easy to apply. And anybody can learn more about the PACT Act and apply anytime by visiting va.gov/PACT or calling 1-800-MY-VA-411. That's 1-800-698-2411. So we've talked about more care and more benefits. Let's take a minute about reaching more vets and how our partnership can increase access for more vets. First, we're investing in modern facilities to expand access. We opened 17 CBOCs last year, providing better access for 2.8 million vets. And this year, we're awarding and completing significant major construction projects that will increase access for millions more. And thanks again to the Legion and the PACT Act that you got enacted, we have new authorizations and funding for 31 major leases, which will increase access for 4.5 million vets. Let's continue to work to ensure that the exercise of these leases is handled efficiently. We share data on how best to position them correctly, so we bring care to vets, rather than expecting vets to bring themselves hundreds and hundreds of miles to care. And we still need more people to ensure we're processing claims more quickly and providing timely access to care. That's why we're aggressively hiring for positions across VA. VBA has hired 2,500 people so far this year, but anticipates needing 4,500 more. So far this year, VHA has hired 18,500 clinicians, but we need over 33,000 more. So we need your help finding and hiring the best of the best. Send us vets to hire. Send us people like Serena, whom we hired in Michigan. Her grandfather, a World War II vet, she said, I just want to give back because vets have given their whole lives for our freedom. And reaching more vets means reaching all vets. All vets. After World War II, our country failed 1 million black vets, men and women, both at every level. After they finished fighting in Europe and the Pacific, black vets had to fight something back home as insidious as any enemy. Unfortunately, that fight's still raging, and we're not immune. There have been unacceptable disparities in benefits decisions. We're committed to righting these wrongs, to ensure we're combating institutional racism and discrimination rather than perpetuating it. So we'll continue to take steps to ensure black vets and all minority and historically underserved vets get what they have earned and so richly deserve. That all vets get what they have earned and so richly deserve. We'll be taking a series of steps this coming year, building on the steps we've taken over the last two, to ensure that our fastest growing cohort of women vets feel welcomed at VA. And we will be taking the next steps to make sure we're providing the full spectrum of care to transgender vets. Now, I'm not naive about the environment we're operating in and the pressure we can all feel around politics. I feel it. But some things are beyond politics. All vets, each and every vet, deserves timely access to world-class health care and earned benefits. Not some, all vets. Because when you and all our vets signed up to serve, we made a promise to you. If you fight for us, we'll fight for you. If you serve us, we'll serve you. If you take care of us, we'll take care of you when you come home. Our country as a whole makes that promise, but it's our job at VA to keep that promise. It's our job at VA and the Legion to keep that promise. To each of you, to each veteran. And here's my commitment to you. I will never settle for anything less than that. That's the lens through which I've seen my work to date. And I'll stand by that approach in the year ahead. And in the spirit of the partnership I've spoken with you about today, and I've intended to conduct myself with over these last 2 years together, I'll always be candid with you about each decision I make. Always open to you, to your feedback, to your advice, even if, and perhaps even especially when, you disagree with me. Oftentimes, that's what matters the most. Your candid feedback, your candid advice. So I look forward to working with you in the year ahead. Look forward to continuing to providing more care, more benefits to more vets. May God bless each of you, and may God bless our service members protecting our country today, our veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Thanks again.
Thank you, Secretary McDonough. Veterans are fortunate to have you at VA, and we are thankful that you joined us this morning. Before you leave, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to call upon Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Chairman Autry James to present an award that you might know a thing or two about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Troiola, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. And good morning again to American Legion family and guests. In 2017, at the Washington Legislative Conference, Dr. Tina Shaw, a White House Fellow, spoke to our VA and our Commission and complimented our System Worth Saving program. There, she challenged the Commission to establish an annual VA Physician Award. Well, we accepted the challenge and exceeded the challenge. Not only have we met her challenge, but we also established the VA Healthcare Provider Award. This morning, we will present both awards, and I'm honored that VA Secretary McDonough will be presenting them with me. The American Legion's 2022 Physician of the Year Award is presented to Dr. Patricia Dickman from Minneapolis, Minnesota VA Medical Center and the Department of Minnesota.
Distinguished Physician of the Year presented to Patricia Dickman, MD, in recognition of your distinguished public service and commitment to the care of America's veterans. Your dedication of caring for our nation's veterans demonstrates your high degree of professionalism and countless hours dedicated to ensuring veterans are treated with respect while receiving exceptional health care. Presented in Washington, D.C., February 28, 2023.
Here, I'll get over here. Let's get that big cheese in.
The American Legion's 2022 VA Healthcare Provider of the Year Award is presented to Physician Assistant Gobind Tarshan, also from the Minneapolis VA Medical Center and the Department of Minnesota.
Distinguished Healthcare Provider of the Year presented to Gobind Tarshan in recognition of your distinguished public service and commitment to the care of America's veterans. Your dedication to caring for our nation's veterans demonstrates your high degree of professionalism and countless hours dedicated to ensuring veterans are treated with respect while receiving exceptional health care. Presented in Washington, D.C., February 28, 2023.
The American Legion is proud to work with the Department of Veteran Affairs and the Veterans Health Administration to present these awards. I congratulate the recipients and thank you, Secretary Madonna, for being here with us.
Thank you so much. Thanks again.
The American Legion is so grateful for our amazing National Legislative Council, also known as the NLC, whose members directly engage their lawmakers to pass veteran-related legislation. The NLC comprises of over 500 Legionnaires, representing every district in America. Today, we are going to honor those on the council who went above and beyond to advocate for the American Legion's legislative priorities. I'd like to call back to the stage the National Legislative Council Chairman, Rick Ortel.
Thank you, Commander. Today we are here to present 2 awards, one for the NLC Member of the Year and one for the NLC Department of the Year. The American Legion National Legislative Council Department of the Year Award for 2022 is presented to the state of Florida.
Certificate of Meritorious Service.
Accepting the award for Florida is the Commander, Eunice Butts, and their alternate NEC,
program of the American Legion. Presented by the American Legion
Jerry
National
Brandt.
Legislative Commission, this 28th
Additionally, the American Legion National Legislative Council Member of the Year Award for 2022 is presented to Rafael Munoz Cintron from the Department of Washington. He is not present today, but the Vice Chairman and the Senior Vice Commander for the Department of Washington is here to accept on his behalf.
Certificate of Meritorious Service presented to Rafael Munez Cintron for his outstanding contributions and dedicated service to the National Legislative Council and the National Legislative Program of the American Legion. Presented by the American Legion National Legislative Commission, this 28th day of February 2023, 63rd Washington Conference, Washington, D.C.
The American Legion is proud to have such a robust advocates that give veterans a voice in Congress. Thank you for all your amazing efforts.
Okay, I'm going to read that.
And finally, I call upon National Security Chairman Matthew Schuman from the Department of Arizona to give a report.
Thank you, Mr. Commander. My notes went from 9 pages to 1 page over the course of the last 3.5 hours. I figured that would be good for you. Is that okay? Commander, past national commanders, Legion family, I'm going to focus on three real quick things as our families up on the Hill in terms of national security. Obviously, quality of life. Really want to make sure that all of our service members abroad and throughout the country have the best quality of life on any military installation they are in the world. They absolutely deserve that. Of course, we also want to make sure that our Afghan allies, as they served shoulder to shoulder with our troops in theater, are taken care of, and we urge Congress to do that. And ending, of course, with making sure that we pay our Coast Guard. It is a shame on this nation that we are not paying them during a government shutdown, which again, as our national legislative staff shared yesterday, is very likely this year. I'll end by thanking you, Mr. Commander, for this great opportunity to serve as your National Security Chairman. And with that, I'll yield back.
Now at this time here to share with us his closing remarks, our National Commander, James Troiola.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we excited yet? Do I hear anybody? Is anybody excited? I am. Ready to charge the Hill? I wish I could sit down before Congress and testify right now. I don't want to take up too much more time. We've heard from a lot of great speakers this morning, and I just know that you're as excited as I am. Just please remember during your congressional visits that you're representing the American Legion and our American Legion family. We are professional and we're nonpartisan. Now go out there and be a voice for our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commander. Today has been an absolutely incredible day, and I'm honored beyond words to stand here before you as your chairman of the Legislative Commission. Serving with you, Commander Troiola, has been an absolute true honor to me, and I thank you for that. Before we depart, I do have one announcement. After the conclusion of this call, Ms. Bridget Robinson and Ms. Andrea Watson will be handing out tickets for the first and second buses to the Commander's testimony tomorrow. Please note that these tickets are only for people who have mobility challenges. Once again, only for those who have mobility challenges. I now call upon National Chaplain Antel for a closing prayer. Please uncover.
I do want to say what a great privilege it has been for me this year to be your national chaplain. What a great privilege this morning to travel to the Senate and open today with their opening prayer at the Senate. What a great honor. As we close, would you please join me in prayer? Eternal God, we give you thanks for the privilege to be together as Legionnaires and as the American Legion family. Use us, O God, by your might and strength. The words that I shared this morning in my prayer from Mother Teresa, the late Mother Teresa of Calcutta, we cannot do great things in this world, but we can do small things with great love. So guide us today, O God, for you embody what love is really all about. Bless us as we go from this place. Eternal God, have your will and your way in our lives. We pray in your precious name. Amen.
One last final announcement I just received. Legislative call-in checks will be made available at the back of the room. With the colors of our nation in place, by the numbers 1, 2. This concludes our commander's call. Thank you very much for your attendance.